Gotta get the record button. So last time, after teleporting to an area just off the coastline on the south side of the forest of Rowanwood, you guys decided to proceed north to your intended target of Rowanwood. Almost immediately after leaving the shore and Alfred's crab friend, you had an encounter with an agent of the Empire, whom you chased off. As he fled, he dropped a missive detailing the Empire's involvement with some power who seemed to be particularly in charge of the axe leveling sunder. You then proceeded towards Rowanwood through the plains of North Viola. You ran across a farm as it was being attacked by a phoenix trying to feed on its livestock. After driving the phoenix away and losing 2 of the farm's cows, Vorik attempted to steal everything from the farmer, his coin, farm, and upon meeting resistance from the farmer, his life. The rest of the party, meanwhile, had gone on to Rowanwood in small groups. In Rowanwood, Munson was the first to encounter a small girl riding on Torin's back, just freshly back from a hunt. The girl turning out to be the daughter of the elf Lyseri Bainbreeze. Having a brief meeting with the Bainbreeze family, including Lord Everandel, Calissa, and Lyseri herself, and communicating both threats with in regards to the Phoenix and the agent's missive, you were asked to stay within the city while they investigated. However, while trying to find a place to rest for the night, you noticed a suspicious-looking individual outside the State House. It turned out to be the elf Samael in disguise. Having beckoned you over, he threw a scroll onto the steps that was picked up by Vorik, who opened it, triggering the glyph within to explode. Munson had just managed to banish Samael, interrupting the spell he was trying to cast, when Lady Lyseri and Torin led the city guard up to the scene. She had just asked what happened when Lord Tyrgen jumped in the middle of the fray, wild-shaping out of his direwolf form, and ordered the guard to arrest the party. So now, firstly, Alfred, what is your current alignment?
I would say he's currently neutral good.
Okay. Given the events of the last game, change that to lawful good.
Alright.
No. Okay. So everyone is standing in front of the State House of Rowanwood. It is very late in the evening. All the windows on this side of the building have just been shattered by an explosion, narrowly missing Vorik. Alfred is standing a short distance away, trying to be inconspicuous, and Munson has a concentration spell on the elf terrorist known to some of you as Samael. About a dozen or more guards have you surrounded from the rear, being led by Lyseri and Torin, and she's then interrupted by the elf Tyrgen, as we just covered. Lyseri interrupts Tyrgen's order, or rather, after he gives the order to have you arrested, she speaks up. For what? I know these people. Tyrgen, I don't believe they did any of this. So surely there's something, and then kind of trails off. And Tyrgen speaks up. Not this.
Sure.
Well, maybe this too. They are under arrest for the murder of a farmer, John Ballar, attempted theft of his property, and the attempted enslavement of his family. Guards, shackle them. What are you guys doing?
Very tempted to either run or kill, but I don't think I'll do that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I will first tell the guards, hold on. The person who blew up this part of the building, I have held within a spell, which he shall return shortly if you guys can prepare to grapple him or hold him. I'm sure he will have many explanations of what he has done, at least to clear the explosion.
About this time, the doors open to the State House, and a few elves come out of the thresholds, most staying within the threshold, but one in particular, an elf with red tinted eyes and darker skin. It's true, I saw him cast the spell. Over there. You should be ready. Men, to the spot. And Tyrgan orders his men to go to the spot where you have, where you're directing your concentrated spell at.
As soon as they all surround and they are prepared, I will release concentration and bring them back to 5 feet of where I made him disappear from.
Okay. Is anybody else doing anything?
Ugbor just stands at the ready, jarred by the guards surrounding them.
Alfred is just calmly lifting his hands up in surrender, ready to be given whatever judgment, I guess, as long as whatever it does to not escalate the situation and make the already tense situation even worse.
I'm gonna cross my arms, hands over my dagger tattoos, just kind of standing there waiting, just in case something happens.
Okay.
Pell's just gonna put his hands up too. Be like, I'll go with you guys, but we didn't murder no farmer. He was the last alive last I seen him.
Likewise.
Okay. What is Flint doing? And Squimbly.
I'm going to be honest with you. I just got in here as they were calling to arrest us, so I'm going to observe the next round.
Okay. So, Munson, as you drop your spell, the elf-shaped body just like reappears in existence and kind of falls a very short distance onto the ground, prone still. His clothes smoking, and bits of them seem to be charred. He gets up. He raises for a second, starting to try and stand up.
Hey, hold on.
Uh-oh. He gone.
He got banished.
It sounded like he was getting a phone call.
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
sounds like. Samael's like, no, you.
Counterspell.
Well, Samael begins to rise up, and seeing that he's surrounded, he starts to do something with his hands, but then stops and looks around at the entirety of the situation, and raises his hands and relaxes his face into a smile.
Alright, the wife called. We're in the moment.
No problem. So yes, Samael rose up, and as he rose, he started to do something with his hands, then took in the enormity of a situation, and then relaxed his hands and raised them and started to smirk. All of them, one by one, starting with that one. And the guards go up to Samael first, grab his hands, and as they do, Samael smiles at you. I think Vorik is closest to him, if not, because Munson was using concentration spell from distance. So I think Vorik is, if not the closest, then at least the most in visual with him. He looks at Vorik as they take their hands, gives you a wink, and then tries to bolt. And as he does, he gets about 10 feet or so before a booming voice coming from Lysari's direction, and it sounds both like Lysari's voice but a growl of some sort of growling voice intertwined with hers, and you hear that, and you hear this boom, enough, and as that's boomed through the air, this mixture of two different voices, you turn to see Samael get knocked to the ground with some sort of thunderous wave, prone. At which point he is tackled by two guards and forced into shackles. And anybody that would look towards Lysere would see two of the runes blazingly glaring on her body, and similarly on Torrens.
Interesting. In my mind, I'm just thinking, man, how much I would love to learn that magic.
Okay, so they have Samael shackled now. Then they start to go through the line, and they shackle Ugbor and Alfred, taking your hands in front of your body and putting them in these massive handcuffs that are very thick banded steel, and your hands are positioned in the style where you could almost grab your elbows. They're so far pinned that way, and the bands around you are probably a quarter to a half inch thick steel and about 4 to 5 inches wide around your entire wrist.
I just say to the guard, like, is this really necessary? I mean, I'm willing to walk with you guys cooperatively and willingly, but if, I understand.
All of them? And Tyrgen gets a little bit short, or even shorter than he already was, given the attempted escape by Samael. And then he goes to Pellinal, and then Flint. Do either of you resist?
No.
Excuse me, sir. Am I being detained?
You are arrested. And he tries
On
to
what charges, sir?
And Tyrgen speaks up. For the attempted murder of John Ballar and his family, for the bombing of the State House, and anything else I don't understand yet until further notice, until our investigation is concluded.
So I'm under arrest for things you don't understand. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. And they click the cuffs around your wrists.
Fascinating. You civil servants are really just top-notch.
Now, Flint, I know the situation might be a little unworthy of your status, but right now we are surrounded in a hostile city. Do not piss them off anymore.
And as each one of you is cuffed, they gently guide you into a small group altogether, Samael included. They next go to Pellinal, who they ask to please lower your hands so that they can properly cuff you.
You'll hunker down a little bit.
I wish you would have put them over your head.
Be like, are you sure this is big enough for me?
It takes a little bit of effort, but they do click. It's like when someone puts you in a seat on a roller coaster and they click it one too far, so it's kind of too tight on you. That's kind of where you're at with the handcuffs.
It's a bit snug.
Ugbor, do you resist at all?
Ugbor doesn't resist.
Okay. And lastly, they come to Vorik.
I really want to fuck with him, but I feel like I'm in the wrong position to do that at the moment. So I won't resist just yet.
So as they cuff the last of you...
This is a witch hunt, that's all it is.
As they cuff all of you, Munson, I don't remember if I asked you, do you resist at all?
I will look at them and, I'll message Torque through my head to see if she can hear me, but I'm basically going to say, I was here before any of this even happened. I've explained to you what's happened. I will gladly follow, but do I need to wear such unluxurious looking material?
Now, who did you say you messaged?
The lady that's with Torgan.
Oh,
I
okay.
forget her name at the moment.
Yeah, no problem. So you message Lysari and Torin, and you get a response in a similar voice to that you heard boom. It's a mixture of two minds that respond to you in unison. Yes, for everybody's safety.
Okay, so I put my hands out forward then, and I'll prepare for what happens.
Now, all of you gathered, the guard, about a dozen still surrounding you, are now going to bubble around and start walking you down the hill, down towards, not quite towards the entrance of the city, but somewhere in that region. And as they walk, you guys walk past Lysari and Torin as you leave the area, and she looks at your group. I spoke for you. Then you're continued on. As you are marched along, they stop after a couple of feet, and Tiergan, the leader of all this, apparently in the situation, goes to the guards and says, "Relieve them of everything extra." And the guards go through one by one, and gently but carefully, removing everybody's weapons first, then books, bags, anything they might deem as non-essential beyond your clothing. So any bags of holding, the bag, the two-way bag between you and Gurki, all of your individual bags, any obvious weapons, any obvious books or anything like that that is not directly hidden or small or seemingly innocuous is taken from you at this time.
Do they take my amulet?
They would leave the amulet being around your neck.
Did they relieve me of my cool-looking stick?
They relieved you of your stick, but curiously so, because it seems to have been fashioned in some way. So out of being elves and being not unfamiliar with magics at all, they take it in the errant case it might have been a malformed wand of some sort.
Better lock that one up, boys. Those lightning bolts and flames and skulls aren't just for show.
And as they gather everything from everyone, one of them reaches down and picks up Squimbly and carries him away too.
Oh Lord, here we go again.
Well, this is not the first time you guys been arrested? Jesus, I got myself in a good mood.
One of them goes into a building nearby. He comes back quickly with a chest that is rather large, but apparently empty because he would not be able to carry it, a chest this large, by himself if it was full of something. He brings it up to the back of the group, lays it down with a thud, opens it. The two guards that were collecting everything off of all you individuals, including Samael, take all of your items and put them in this chest, the ones that can fit, the weapons that do not fit, such as Ugsbor's sword and Samael's sword. And those type of things are carried separately. But everything else is piled in this chest and now carried by two guards, one on each side for a handle, marching at the back of the group. You're continued on down the hill. You're escorted through the Rowanwood with Lysari and Torin bringing up the rear with a Tiergan behind even the chest of equipment. And they're talking, but over the clatter of the equipment being carried and you're marching, it's not really possible to hear what they're saying. As you march through the city, several people come out of their homes to see what's going on in their city, especially at this time of night, after hearing the explosion and the ruckus of guards yelling and clattering, and then them seeing you as you're marching past them. through their home in the middle of their streets. Some of you, especially individuals like Pell and Vorik with a very high perception, or passive perception, would hear whispers of, "Is that a dragonborn? And anyone got hurt? And they shouldn't have let an orc in here. That's just bad business." Eventually,
Racist much?
Eventually, you reach not a jail.
No, she's right. I would eat her children.
Eventually, you reach not a jail, but a forge. A great elongated pit of blue-tinged fire, like a trough for feeding livestock on the plain of fire, beside a working area, where many weapons would come to rest normally, but the last of them are actively being carried away by a female elf into an adjacent building. The elf having braided blonde hair and carrying a leather apron, and there's a guard standing by near the pit as she's doing this. Munson, you take notice as she puts a hammer into the forge, or rather not putting it into the forge, but shifting it around that was already there and trying to get it more hot. And as you get there, Lyseri moves to the front of the group and speaks to the elf. "Are you ready for them, Master Lauren?" Roran, apparently the elf's name. "Hi, my lady, I am. One at a time, then, you lot. Keep your head back and hold steady. I'd hate to miss." And one of the guards brings Vorik up first, since he just happens to be at this part in the group, over to a spot near the anvil in the center of the space. The shackles you have been put in are thick, and they are placed upon the some sort of cradle on the end of the anvil. And Munson, at this time, looking around, you would notice, and it would be particularly interesting to you, you see this elf take the hammer out of the fire, glowing red hot, and she takes a small vial out of her apron, pops the cork with her teeth, and pours a glittery substance into a slot on the side of the hammer. And she puts it over her shoulder and walks over towards the anvil. "Ready? 1, 2, 3!" And quickly she brings the hammer up over her body and down onto the shackles, fusing the joint with one smack, and with the hit of the hammer, the latch that put them together starts to sizzle, and then the glitter is left behind on the shackles as they begin to glow this very faint shimmery blue. "Next, hurry!" They bring you all down one by one as the same procedure is done. Is anybody doing anything?
I compliment on the work, and knowing that once I get free and once everything calmed down and figured out, I would very much like to learn that little trick from you.
Okay.
Yes, I will let everyone far and wide know what an outstanding bang you are. With the hammer.
Alfred's just chuckling to himself because of the innuendo there. That
No words are spoken. One of the soldiers starts to make a sound and is immediately hit in the side by one of the other soldiers. Is anybody else doing anything during this event while your shackles are being forged together?
I'm just watching the process intently.
Flint turns around to the guard who was laughing, and he's like, "Thank you. I'm here all mandatory minimum."
After apparently magically fusing your shackles together. The last forge hit being on Pellinol. Runin takes the hammer, walks over, and kind of lobs it over his shoulder and places it back in the forge. Here you are, my lady. The enchantment should hold till you wish otherwise. Based on this elf's reaction and how everybody seems to be acting, it seems that Lyseri is the power here. Tyrgen might be in charge of the soldiers, but everybody seems to be addressing Lyseri primarily. And Lyseri nods as Tyrgen walks forward with a little pouch and gently extends it and places it in her hands, which she reaches to meet out of politeness. For your troubles, Ronan, and our thanks. She smiles and thanks him. With this completed, the guards collect you once more. And this time leading Samael first. Just being the marching order, kind of as you guys just move around in this amorphous march as you go from place to place, being told what to do. With nothing more than your clothes and your thoughts, you're finally led to another building in Rowanwood. The building is just as elegant as any of the others. It's tall and narrow with elegant carvings and woodwork. They guide you through the front doors of the building, and inside is a stark contrast from the exterior. Stone floors, bare walls, there's no decorations or outstanding markings. To the immediate left, after you enter the building, there is a stairwell that arcs upward clockwise. You, however, are walked down the long hallway directly in front of you that ends in double doors. You reach the doors and they are opened, and beyond them is a scene even more oppressing. Dark stone, one lit torch in the space in the middle of several barred cells. Stone and the dark wood is the flavor of the space, and it's colder than the space you're previously in.
Let's go. Yep, I gotta go. Go.
Oh.
Don't worry, Alfred. You can be my prison wife. I'll keep you safe.
You? My husband? Oh, please. You're my bitch here. This is where I belong. I'm used to metal doors.
First time then, huh?
First time, but not the last time. I have a feeling if I hang around with you fuckers.
Keep it moving. And the guard kind of pushes both of you as you're starting to chat.
Sorry.
There's only a small landing before the path becomes stairs that descend downward into this area of barred cells. And each cell is individual with a stone wall separating each cell. It's a very relatively small space with a barred door built into the front of it. And everyone gets their own. On the left side, as they file you into your individual containments, they start with Vorik, then go back Ugbor, then Pellinol, and Flint. On the right side, at the same time that the left is being filed, they put Samael in the front, across from Vorik, then back one to Munson, and then Albert. One by one, you are walked in, then the cell door comes to a close. Flint, as they squeak and close, you hear gears click in the latch as the doors lock automatically when they are closed.
Yonder come Miss Rosie. How the world did you know?
In the cells are simple stone beds, cushioned with straw mattresses, and a single pillow. Each seat in the corner is, in the corner of this room is a seat that is attached to the ground with a hole in the middle and a lid that fluffs down on top. You can hear guards about 30 feet down the hall from where you came from after dropping all of you off. And they're probably near the doors being stationed. Sounds like probably two of them casually conversing. What are you guys doing?
Oh, finally. I go ahead and go sit down on that little seat and take a nice big dump. Oh, yeah. Are we in our own individual cells, or are we just in like this community cell?
Each individual cell.
Okay, so everyone just hears me just groaning and just hear plop, 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 and shit just hits the stone.
Now, Pelinal, you and Alfred are directly across from each other.
Oh, come on. I can smell so good.
Umbrella honors.
Alfred, as you are sitting on this latrine, you realize that your hands are shackled, so there is no way for you to clean yourself.
Well, hey pal, do you think you'll be able to reach?
Pel just turns around. So I know you said this room is like very empty, but can I see if maybe like a past prisoner has left a harmonica in here?
Sure, make a perception check.
Okay.
How thick are these like pillars in between the or is there like a solid wall adjacent in between each of the cells?
Yeah, in between each cell is a smooth, solid stone wall. Not
Alright.
not like cobbled stone, like a bricked wall. It's a smooth stone, like it's been a cut, polished wall.
23.
23 perception. You look around and you see that there's a few small sticks in the bottom of the cell, no harmonica or anything like that, but there are a few small sticks that seem to have entertained somebody for something because they're shaved and shaped in. One is in the shape of a Y, and the other it has like this weird notch cut out of it on like towards the middle of it.
Well, Pel will sigh and start singing "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot" and "Giant."
Okay.
I will take out with my ability here. I will pull out a magical quill that I can summon anytime I wish due to my wizardry abilities from the Order of Scribes.
Okay.
And I'm going to start writing on the walls kind of the scenarios of what has happened at the farmhouse that I was there for, what I've done, and just it's in like a light red color against the wall, and I'm just writing it. It does not require any ink, and I can erase it any time.
Okay.
But I'm just on the wall while I'm shackled. I'm just writing all this information I can think about in my head, walking through the town, the meeting with them, the conversations. I don't necessarily write the text of what we say, but I put in, this and this person said, had this conversation with me and so forth. And then I put timelines on everything I've done and just have a full list. And I'm just gonna spend my time writing on one full wall, just everything that's happened from teleportation till now.
Okay. You're thinking all these things that you want to write and trying to get your thoughts organized, and you try to summon the quill. And as you try to summon it in your hands, although not moving, you're sure you could maybe turn your hands a little bit or arms to write on the wall or something, awkwardly but surely. As you try to summon the quill, your shackles grow immensely cold, and the quill almost materializes in your hands before it just pops, and the arcana is dismissed and squelched, and you are unable to summon your quill.
I would like to arcana check the shackles. I said it earlier, but I was driving, so it would not let me actually tell you anything.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead and make an arcana check.
We're
Somehow I
looking
figured
at
that.
16 plus 4 is 20 plus 9, so 29.
Easy. Yeah, you, based on that, it's the equivalent of an anti-magic field. You are not able to do magic while apparently these cuffs, being the items of focus, are on your body.
I'm gonna stick my head out. I'm assuming I can stick my head out from the door, right?
You can get your head up to the door. The bars are too thin for you to actually stick your head out. You might be able to stick your nose out being a dragonborn, but that would be about it.
Okay. I kind of yell out to the nearby guard, like, "Hey, Mr. Guardman, I hate to bother you, but when are we scheduled to have a trial, or at least be questioned?"
You hear a yell back from the end of the hall, not even getting after anything. I don't know. They'll probably talk to you about it tomorrow. It's pretty late. Everybody's probably asleep.
Alright, thank you.
Alright. Who am I across from? Who can I see easily across from me? Is anybody?
You, and if it wasn't obvious, taking notes on a lot of this is probably going to be beneficial to you guys. Because I have to scroll up to get to that. Let's see. On one side, it's Vork, Ugbor, Pale, Flint. On the other side, it's Samuel, Munson, Albert. So, Munson, you're across from Ugbor.
I'll look at Ugbor. Ugbor, what did you guys do to the house while I was not in there? I never entered the house. I have no idea what happened in there. What happened, Ugbor?
Ugbor? Uh-oh. He's already asleep.
Great.
Jesus, okay. So I'm across the way from Flint, right? Is that how it's going? Or the Pell?
Let's see. You're across from Pell.
From Pell, okay.
Hey, love, where's my notebook at that I set here in front of you? Oh, okay, got it.
Vorik, as you are sitting in your cell, you look over and see Samuel and his, and he just gets comfortable in his little bed and faces you. Long journey.
Sorry, I take my dust out for a second.
No problem. Vorik, you up to?
Who's across from me?
Across from Flint. Let's see. Where'd my thing go? Okay. Across from Flint is no one. I think because it's Vorik, Borpel, Flint, Samuel, Munson, Albert. Yeah, there's no one across from you, Flint. You're facing an empty cell.
Okay. So, Flint finishes up his soulful rendition of Midnight Special, and as he starts into his next little ditty, which he sings just a little extra loud to sort of cover up any sounds he might be making, and then he will investigate the locking mechanism and do his best Johnny Cash.
I hear the train a-comin', rolling round the bend.
Fantastic. Well, it is very late in the evening. There is no sunroof. There is no windows down here. Go ahead.
Is this part of the investigation?
No, I'm just I was gonna do your investigation in a second, but sure. Yeah, basically it's.
Oh, okay. Sorry, no, go ahead.
No, well, let me ask you, what specifically were you investigating?
Just whatever mechanism I heard locking up as the cell was closing.
Sure. Okay. The gate itself it goes all the way to the ceiling of the cell, despite the picture on the screen. But it is a wall of bars that has a portion cut out for a door, and on this door there is a section of it, a little box that is the locking mechanism for this door. It latches into a boxed off portion on the other side of the bars. The side facing you is just a solid sheet of metal. It's solid on this side. Looking around the box, you can see little pins and weld marks, and you kind of knock on it a little bit, and you get the feel for the mechanisms inside. and looking just over it, you can see the keyhole on the outside of it, but you can't really do anything about it. You barely see it. There's many rivets on the front of it. It seems to you a very basic yet effective lock for the door. It's probably a 2 or 3 pin system that wouldn't be too difficult to pick if you were in the right position to do so, but at this angle, very impossible to get to. But yeah,
Fair enough.
I'm just saying that it's very late in the evening, and there's no windows or mooners or anything down here to indicate to you what time it is. But you know that it was dark already when you were outside. So with that in mind, I just wanted to ask if there's anything else anybody wanted to do.
Ugbor face plants in the floor of his cell.
Ignoring the bed.
Yes.
Cool.
Hey guards, how about a little din-din?
Meals are provided once a day. You'll get it in the morning. And you guys, I'll tell you what. Anybody that wants to, make me a perception check.
23.
23, 27, and 18. Okay. So as you're sitting there, you're able to hear, if you care to listen in, on the echoing of the guards' casual conversation at the end of the hall. You hear bits and pieces. Lord Tyrion never did take kindly to liars. And followed up a little bit later with Lady Sarah hasn't been the same since Darian died. Different with Lady Cassilla, and it kind of trails off for a second and then comes back. You know, she threw herself into protecting the forest. I mean, she went wild killing all those Fey things, those monstrosities. Can you believe she went out in a whole group of them? Vorik, I saw you roll. Did you hear what I said about Samael earlier?
What was that?
Did you hear what I said about Samael earlier?
What was it?
The one thing that Samael has said to you since you guys have been in the cells, after getting comfortable, he looked at you and just said, "Long journey."
I'm just not even going to respond. I'm going to look at him and just look back towards the door.
Okay.
Look, man, pretend like you just stole something. Gotta move. Gotta push your body. You gotta push it.
I'm just enjoying the TV in the background. Push through it. Push it.
After a little bit later, Pale, you're able to hear, how did Tyrion die? It's been, what, like 5 or 6 years now? And the other guard responds, he went on a scouting mission north of Red Ash and didn't come back or something. And Miss Osaria went looking. I think Tyrion had to force her to come with her. She was pregnant at the time, you know. Oh yeah, I remember. Her little girl Willow. And they just found his body? Yeah, killed by some sort of those monsters or some such. Wendigos, Darkface, something. Yeah.
What? How do you spell that name?
Which one?
Tyrion.
That would be Tyrgen. Is that the one you're talking about, or are you talking about somebody else?
No, you have it right.
Oh, that would be Darian. That's Derion.
Who says I'm not going back?
Yeah, he been back.
Okay. I didn't hear you come back because we were trying to do a thing and then you weren't here, so I was like, okay, I'll wait till you get back.
It's fair.
So my character, when he's across the cell from me, basically I'm looking at you, just going, Ugbor, what happened in the farmhouse?
I don't know. Things were kind of tense there for a little while, and
Try to remember from when you walked in to when you left. Can you give me any kind of layout of what you noticed yourself that was obvious? Anything that would, potentially put us in a predicament and this risk? I mean, I understand that there's temptations, I understand there's issues, there's all these things, but what happened inside that you can recall?
Vork was having some sort of dispute with the farm owners, I believe. Seemed like he wasn't going to make up his mind, so I decided to leave.
And you were the first one to leave?
No, you left first.
I was never in there.
Am I able to hear them communicate with this?
Yeah, easily. You're able to hear.
I will say yes. Munson was never in there. I was in the kitchen, sitting down at the table, when Vorik seemed to have acquired. I don't know how exactly, but I can probably picture or put two and two together. What seemed to be their deed to the farmland, and was trying to essentially make them a servitude to him, essentially. I wouldn't say it was quite much of a dispute.
Okay. Was anyone dead when you left, Alfred?
No, the last one that I remember, I believe, was Pell, Flint, and Warwick himself.
So, I'm trying to remember with the conversation, so I was driving in the road, I wasn't sure if the guard said anything, but for the murder of the character, they didn't say anything about the deed, did they?
No, they mentioned the murder of John Ballar and the theft of property and the terrorist attack upon the State House.
Okay.
I will say, however, Munson, as well, is before I did leave, I believe it was Pell who managed to freeze or hold Vorik and return the deed. So I don't know where they're getting the robbery, and if it's true that this farmer was killed, we are very much all suspects, unless he passed away after due to some wound that we were unfamiliar with from the fight. But I don't remember seeing the farmer getting hit by the Phoenix at all. And he looked perfectly healthy, albeit, out of his mind, terrified after what he saw.
I will insight Alfred about the information to see if this is true to the best of his ability.
Okay, make an insight check.
Dirty 20.
Alfred?
I mean, I'm telling the truth. From what I saw from my point of view, I'm telling the truth.
Okay. So I believe that your character, everything you've said was true to the point to where nothing in there may have been fidged or adjusted differently to the words in which you've said.
Nope.
So like how they thought the theft of property and then like that, everything seemed to be legit.
Oh yeah, the theft. At least the attempted robbery. I don't know what it should be. Attempted robbery, if anything. I don't know why he would not say attempted if it was, unless one of the three that are left behind managed to do something after I left.
Okay.
I'll bet the guardsmen now own that farm.
So
So let me figure this out.
So we attempted, so one of our people attempted to claim property in which somehow, when none of us were within view, could see him somehow pass away, and he is the only one that would have had that ability besides, Alfred, Flint, Palinel, Ugbor, who are all inside the building, and Vorik, of course. Vorik, your mic's going back and forth, buddy. Oh my, okay, thank you. And so I'm trying to figure out here, who out of you guys would purposely put us at risk in the middle of a battle with a phoenix? Do we not understand
Oh,
that
you know
me,
me.
the squishiest of everyone here, has chosen to face this incredible creature while you guys all dick around in a house?
You know, prior to
No, what
your
more?
description, I think I would have been very confused as to which way would have been good and which way would have been bad. However, after listening to your description, it seems to me that all things seem to end up right in the way of the orc. A deed was done. Property was expected to be claimed. I mean, this is literally just the story of the orcs.
Okay. And Mr. Alfred, you were attacked first by this phoenix, as I've noticed. And as you ran away, you were saying you were going to go extinguish the fires. So while I'm out there running for my life and try to scare this creature off, Alfred, you decided to take a nap in a chair and watch a scene happen instead of helping your teammates who's out there alone trying to defeat something in which all of us know would have never been impossible.
I will adjust your view on that. Just like, first of all, I was not taking a nap. Second of all, when I had gotten hit by that blast of magical radiation fire thing, I don't know, just didn't feel like fire to me. I knew that I made a mistake, and knowing that most of you guys had some sort of ability to easily, hide, I had dimension doored into the house, knowing that that is the only form of shelter. And with the farmers and all screaming inside, I wanted to make sure they stay quiet so the screaming does not attract the phoenix. That's what I was doing in there. Once they were quieted, I had noticed that the fire was about to eat up the house, so I went to extinguish that fire. Once that was done, I had looked around. I bolted out the window and looked around the corner to find where the phoenix was, and that's when I noticed someone was shooting lightning bolts at it and it was flying away. Once I knew that it had flown away, I went back into the house via the window and sat down to rest up a little bit. That's when Vorik came out, after I think Ugbor was in there as well. Vorik went out and had the deed of the farmland showing it to the farmer. And
but you have no idea how he got the deed, correct?
I had no idea how we got in it, and I definitely don't remember Vorik ever saying anything about some farmland off in the countryside with a family, running it for him.
Well, Vorik doesn't really seem to say much to anything of his private life. Not that I've seen, anyways.
But it does seem weird that this would happen in the middle of a combat. There's just suddenly like, hey. But as to my inaction against it, I was too shooken up from the fight from the Phoenix and a little exhausted, and B, I was more shocked that Vorik was even holding this deed and trying to make some something with the farmers. I don't know what he was trying to do, honestly.
So, being a battle arena style champion, which I have seen you fight multiple times, you got hit one time by a creature and you became exhausted and tired? Is there a magic in this beast I don't know about? Or did Alfred all of a sudden become the cowardice and no longer knows how to fight?
Alfred the
Now,
Cowardly Dragon.
I'm sorry, if I could just interject momentarily. Alfred, why do you feel the need to explain yourself to someone who is just as in jail as you are? And Munson, since when is not engaging with a legendary monster dicking around?
Well, considering that we were either going to save the farm or die saving it, I had a plan to exit if I needed to. But everyone, like yourself, Flint, and I saw Pelinel, you all vanished quickly to stay out of the way, which is pretty common. I felt like I should have done the same, which I chose not to, due to my own reasons of anger, due to losses of Sundar. I acted out. Was it reckless? Sure. Would I ever do it again? Probably not. But I have seen Alfred do this his whole life. I have bet money on this man. I have known him to fight for fights. He has taken down the biggest of big creatures that you could ever see in Sundar. So for a creature of this sort to scare him into the way he states, I'm just trying to figure out how the heck we are going to get out of this or make sense of any of this, when at the end we are all looking to be either shackled here for life, a way to work together to get out of this place, which by the way is very unsanitary, or 3, we need to figure out how the hell we can work together instead of against each other. Because right now it looks like everything is going against us and none of us are really working together anyways. So if you want to steal on the side, you want to learn magic, because I want to learn every magic possible, you want to buddy up and pick people out, that's going to make this world much more difficult. We have bigger creatures to fry and less to worry about when it comes to property ownership, comes to the ability to dislay such a creature as a phoenix. I mean, what was the purpose? Our purpose was to extinguish the fire, check on the family, and try to get the phoenix out of there at the best of our abilities. Why did anything else other than that have to happen?
I do not know, but Munson, before you ever call me cowardice, you must I remind you that I had been recently brought back to life and my strength sapped. I do not have the full amount of my energy yet after that ordeal. That is
Oh,
why
aren't you?
I've been
Don't you
tired.
still have like 2 levels of exhaustion, by the way?
Yes. Funny story about that, actually. Both Dustin and I had completely forgotten about that last session. he was like, after a couple days, like, oh yeah, by the way, we completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's why my character would be exhausted after just dealing with that, because he's not fully, rested up yet for after that.
You know, I'm loving how Ugbor was kind of on the fence about which way was the right way, but Munson's scolding actually made me side with Vorik.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And that's okay. That's the purpose, anyways, to see
Yeah.
whose character actually develops from this.
After some time, the door opens again at the end of the hall. You hear it. You hear the guards stand up, lords, ladies, and then the door closes again. Then you hear steps coming this way, some more quickly than others, and you see Vorik and Samael would see first, if they were to look, the Sarah and Torin walking down the hallway towards your cells. She stops.
They had told me then that I would be trapped in here for 15 years. Would it have made it any easier?
She stops in front of Ugbor's cell, kind of in the middle. What happened at the Billar farm? What happened at the State House? Why? I spoke for you.
Yeah.
You have betrayed my expectations.
Yeah.
And it will not happen again.
Yeah. I mean, no.
Well, as for the State House, milady, and I'm assuming Torin is with her,
Yes.
and Mr. Torin, we had initially spotted this character that is jailed beside us now. I don't actually remember seeing him at all before, but he was acting quite suspicious at the State House. I had went towards in his general direction, but I had gotten distracted personally from the architecture, and I found myself, examining it. And from my perspective, that's when I heard a loud explosion, and the rest of my group in a general area. That is, and that character had mysteriously disappeared.
Vorik, as you try to tether yourself to your companions in your psionic whispers, you reach out with your mind, and the threads seem to be cut and dissipate as the shackles on your wrists grow very cold. What about the State House? What happened? What happened there?
I just told you about the State House. There was that explosion.
I mean, like, there's nothing else? No, you don't have any intent, any direction, any... Nothing?
All I know is it seems like my party had dealt with the character by, I guess, banishing him. I didn't see what they did to him exactly, but there was an explosion, and I think there was an attempt to frame us or even kill us by this creature, or this character, not creature. My bad.
And the state and the farm. And she turns to look at the board.
Personally, there was indeed a phoenix attack that we had stumbled across when the phoenix was hunting one of the farmer's cows. I went to rush forward to help distinguish the fire to prevent it from spreading and potentially even harming more of their cows. When I was sprinting towards the fire, the phoenix turned its attention on me, blasting its fire onto me. When I realized that I had most of its attention, I had dimension doored into the house to help get shelter and break line of sight from the phoenix, hoping it would just fly away after that, and at the same time to try to quiet down the farmers as they were screaming and was very panicked. I managed to quiet them down and make them, aware that if you go out there, you're probably going to die from the phoenix. I noticed that the fire was starting to lick up to the house. I managed to extinguish it, went out, and saw lightning bolts coming from somewhere, driving the phoenix away. From there, I went back into the house, into the kitchen, where the farmer and his wife and daughter was kind of huddled together, and that's when Vorik, one of our party members, was holding a deed to the land. I'm honestly unsure where or how he had acquired said deed. He never mentioned anything of sorts. And after, I believe, Pell was able to magically hold him and take the deed and book back and gave it to the farmer. After that, Flint arrived into the house, and I had soon disappeared. I went out of the house I figured the situation was handled by the other two.
She crosses her arms and then walks over to Vorik's cell and stands just a foot on the other side of the bars. The story seems to center on you, and so does my uncle's focus. Do you have anything to say? Any details you'd like to share?
A lot of it depends on. Is what I have to say. Actually, matter.
Your mic's cutting out.
Hold on 1 second.
You cut out at just the right time too. It's like, all right,
Right.
all
Let
we
me
have to
explain
do is.
The only thing I can say about it is why would I kill a farmer who had nothing to his name? Like what did I seek to gain from his death, if any at all?
Ugbor speaks up. It's true. While I was in there, I had discovered that they were pretty much destitute and chose to leave them 10 gold, which seemed to be a considerable amount of money to them. We have no reason to rob them. We have thousands and thousands of gold. Had.
Yes, we saw that.
But you can honestly see that we work for our gold then.
Oh, I have no inclination as to where the gold came from. Simply
Well,
that you have it.
We used to work for it until all these creatures attacked Sunder.
Well, if you claim you had no cause to kill the Bellars, then you're saying they were alive when you left?
They were.
Are
they all dead?
Do you know if anybody was following you? Did anybody else go into the farm that you are aware of?
It was a man.
I'm unsure of what happened
It was a
afterwards.
man on a horse.
But
right before we went to the farm, there was a man on a horse.
You could ask our friend over here, seeing as how he tried to blow us all up. Why not frame us while he's at it?
It's interesting you say that. Because you told my uncle that Jean Ballard was dead when you left, killed by the Phoenix. So which is it?
Well, I felt you would believe the Phoenix better than us saying that some random guy showed up to kill this guy and then disappeared. But we happened to catch some random guy trying to kill us again.
Pale's gonna speak up. He's just gonna be like, Bort, what did you do?
I did nothing.
Inside.
Roll an insight check.
Ian.
A what?
Wait, lucky. I'm gonna look at motherfucker.
Okay.
My last one.
You still get inspiration too.
Watch him get nat 20.
Come on. 22.
22. Vort, do you want to try and roll a deception?
I have an inspiration still. Can I use it?
You sure can.
Hold on. How do you do your inspiration?
You just do it again.
Yeah, you re-roll, and whatever the new roll is, you have to take it, even if it's lower.
And then once you do that, you can remove the inspiration from your character sheet.
I was gonna say, even with a modifier, I don't think you can beat 22.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. So, Pell, you discern that something is off. To what degree, what it is exactly, it's impossible to say. But you're quite sure he's not being truthful to some extent.
I just want to ask something with Warwick real quick out of character. How do you have a +10 modifier to perception, but is no modifier for deception? Like what?
Because my wisdom's high, but my charisma
Perception
is
is wisdom.
Really?
Yeah.
What is deception? Is that charisma?
not charisma. Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I just always assumed that a rogue would have some decent charisma as well, just in case charm himself out of shit. But interesting.
Dump stab.
Stabby out of stuff.
He got the purrs. He ain't got the D's.
I'm gonna go get another cup of water. Be right back.
Hey.
Alright.
Rourke, that man was alive when I left that house. You and Flint were the only two in there afterwards.
Lissari looks to Pell and listens, then scans the room back to Vork. The moment John Ballar asked for the help of House Bainbreeze, he came under our protection, and you suddenly became our problem. And at this you hear a rumble from Torin and a faint glow of some of the runes. She turns around and faces Samael. You, I don't know. Samael stands up, walks over to the bars, his hands still bound in front of him, just like you. You ever wonder what might happen if someone took that wolf away from you? And instantly, after that sentence is completed and had time to register, Torin lashes out with a thunderous snarl that echoes deafeningly against the stone walls as he reaches out and snaps against the cell, crushing some of the bars together.
Am I able to see this from my angle?
No, not at all.
I just hear a loud just bang.
You hear a deafening growl and twisting of steel.
I'm going to assume that is Torin and not the lady who suddenly became a barbarian.
I mean, you have no way to know.
What?
For those that can see, being Vorik and Ogbor at this time, you can see Lissari's body stiffen and a slight shiver working its way up her back. We would kill anyone who tried. Samael comes back with, that's what he thought too. And there's just a silence. And in this silence, you see the combined runes light up and glow the dark space in a surge of blue light and silver mist, magic energy swirling angrily beneath skin and fur.
Am I able to see the light in the fog or the smoke?
Yes, that you are able to see. Yes.
What I have with my background and the reading of the runic book that I have, would I know if that's a bad thing that's happening?
The writings within the book that you've read earlier don't mention these details. They mainly focused on the formation of the runes' histories, and their meanings and powers, presumably discerned from several sources. They don't mention their use in this way or anything of this nature.
Okay, I'm going to take a gamble at this. I kind of calmly, say to Lady and Torin, hey, let's all calm down here. Lady, Mr. Torin, as much as I would enjoy the magical spectacle you guys got going on, I don't think...
Interrupting your talk, Samael speaks up again. You don't even know what you've forgotten. Don't even know your own history. Lasari comes back. Says the elf attacking the elven capital. You think Go ahead.
Forgive me. It's been a hectic couple of days. So you're going to have to humor me. Who the hell is that?
Who are you speaking to?
The room.
Yeah, it seems like you guys have a little bit of a history, and the fact that he did just try to kill us or frame us, I would very much like to know. So if in the future, if I encounter him, I can kill him myself, if need be.
Lasari speaks up to the room without turning her face away from Samael. We would like to know as well who this one is. Do you have a point of reference, anyone?
Yeah, he traveled with us for a little while. He was a friend.
His name's Sam. Samael.
Now he has this one
Samael.
He's always talking about how angry and pure-blooded he is. That last bit was...
Samael, do you have any explanation as to why you are, and she turns to Vorik, killing people and attacking the city? I'm turning back to Samael. You think this is the elven capital? You proved my point. He's smiling at her. Torin growls again. Sorry, Anthony, you're very low. I didn't hear you.
I believe he might be bewitched. He wasn't always like this.
Yeah, he kind of went crazy a few days ago. Well, a few weeks ago.
Oh, I'm not crazy. I've just chosen my side.
The fact that he seemed calm in all of this, despite, what has happened, makes me think he has an escape plan, and I don't like that.
Lasari turns to address the entire room now. The guards will come tell you your appointment tomorrow at breakfast. There's much to talk about tonight amongst the council and those of us who serve beneath it. She gives Samael a look. We'll be nearby. And her and Torin leaves. As Torin leaves, following behind Lasari because of his gigantic nature, he turns and his body, filling the space as he turns for how large he is. His tail smacks against the cage that Samael is in, which causes Samael to fall backwards a little bit and have just a flicker of a moment of surprise and a little bit of fear before catching himself and reestablishing.
Good night, milady, and good night, Torin.
Do you always have to be weird about them?
Are you talking to me?
No one else is... You know what?
Mo-
Never mind. Never mind. Good night.
Alright, I mean, I don't know what you mean by weird. It seems everyone addresses them that way. So... Anyhow, yes, I think it'd be a wise idea to get some rest. I have a feeling it's gonna be a very interesting day tomorrow. Am I able to spit a little bit of fire to provide light?
You can certainly try.
I'm gonna try and pick up some little bits of grass and pile them into a small pile into a corner. I'm gonna try to get a little bit of just a little tiny bit of heat out from my mouth to light it up. Basically, I'm casting essentially create bonfire on this little pile from my mouth.
Okay. You try and gather everything up into a small pile and get the drier bits from this not exactly damp but not really dry floor. You find the most flammable bits, the smallest, wispiest little bits of grass and hay, and you kind of pile them up and kind of rub your hands against your elbows and try to get something to come out. And as you try to conjure the spell, the fire gets up to the back of your throat, then your shackles grow immensely cold, and the fire is choked in your throat, turning to smoke and filling your lungs with your own smoke.
I sent you a thing, Mr. DM.
Oh, thank you.
Interesting. I'm really going to have to go back to that blacksmith to learn this. This could be very useful in the future. And I guess I gotta go lay down and sleep without any fire or heat.
Okay, so Alfred is going to sleep, and I think Flint did as well. What are the rest of you doing?
Oh, Flint was asleep before. Flint was snoring before Alfred finished talking.
Gotcha.
Bugboar reface plants again, not on the bed.
Okay.
Munson said that I'm bored. Just lost focus. Process everything that's been going on, but does not lose eye contact to the body of Ugbor. Basically, if he can see me in the dark, he just sees basically my eyes glowing and staring at him.
Gotcha. Pill, what are you doing?
Well, Phil's probably going to lay down too, but he is going to go to sleep very upset because he knows that Vork lied to him. And he thought he was better than this. So he's been extremely disappointed. It's a good thing Alfred doesn't have dark vision because he sees like a tear go down his face.
Somewhere in the distance, a violin is played very slowly.
See, Vork, we're not mad. We're just disappointed in you.
Vork, what are you doing?
Trying to think of more ways to murder.
Oh, Jesus.
Gonna fuck up lying about this.
It started. You see, this is the birth of a serial killer. Now it's all he'll think about.
I want to try to activate my tattoo.
See?
You can barely reach it with the angle that your hands are at, but you are able to try and grab at it with 2 fingers. As you grab it, the dagger starts to materialize and then dissipate like thin hairs that dissolve into the air.
What about my ghost step?
With the I'll say first off, this being your second attempt with magic. First, you tried the silent whispers. With the trying to conjure the daggers, as you grab them and they fail to work, your shackles grow even colder, starting to form a very fine layer of frost on them, and you take 9 cold damage.
Ooh, I like these things so much. I might even borrow them for another campaign against murder hobos.
Did you want to try your ghost step tattoo?
Yeah.
Okay. Trying to focus on the energy in your tattoo. Not having to touch it, but just focusing on the energy that you used before to phase in and out of objects. Your body shimmers for a second and fades back from mist into corporeal reality and solidifies and you feel your wrists get painfully cold and your hands start to grow numb as you take another 10 cold damage.
Well, fuck.
Flint.
Flint,
Who knows the capabilities of these enchantments?
Flint,
Did,
Flint, as you lay there in bed and you examine yourself, you realize you're not cut off from
no.
all forms of magic.
Yay!
Well, okay, hold up here. The question is, does it get hard? And that's where the real magic comes in.
A gentleman never tells.
It means he has, he can't get up.
Flint's just over there in this corner cell, just going at it.
It's like it's super quiet. Then you just hear like
Just
I'm so glad
Ah,
we didn't
take
hear
that, wizards!
Vork, were you about to say something?
Acid splash!
Oh God, no! Flint.
Oh no!
No!
Oh.
Why?
You say that.
Flint?
I want to get that looked at, buddy.
Yeah, no joke. I thought us Dragonborns could only do that, but fuck.
Oh god! They take all our belongings?
They did.
Yeah.
Yes.
I see anything laying around my cell, like little random pieces of metal or
Make an investigation check. You see a few small stones, some bits of hay that have come out of the bed mattress thing that they have laid in these cells, and one small errant stick that's about 6 inches long and just as thin as a pencil. You don't see anything else around the edges of the cell or anything. It seems to be fairly well maintained.
awesome. Well, I guess I'm gonna go sit on my bed and yep, go inside a trance.
Okay. As everybody grows quiet and does what they do in a jail cell and wait, sometime through the night, amidst the snoring and other sounds of sleeping individuals and whatever Flint's doing, you hear from Samael's cell, Rowanwood Prison. I'll be ready.
Oh. Okay.
This town is about to get fucked.
Sometime later, eventually, you are woken up by the sound of doors opening at the end of the hall. The light has not changed in this space. The apparently magical flame on the torch outside continues to burn, a constant flame. And you're not sure exactly how long you've slept. But as you're go ahead.
I was gonna say enough for a long rest.
Yes, you all have taken a long rest at this time.
Yeah.
The guard walks in, and when he comes into view, you see he has several plates stacked on a swatted tower in his hands, but the plates are not round. The high elf in armor and guard attire places these little wooden trays with handles around the horizontal chest level bar of your cell that you kind of latches around and hangs there at kind of almost chest level. And it's a little more than a spurtle, with just a red berry about the size of a grape kind of glued to the wood with a dollop of reddish jam. The guard speaks as he lays your food out, one for each cell. This is the food you are receiving today. It will be sufficient. Your trial has been expedited. You will be escorted to court where you plead your case before the council, after which they will place judgment and carry out their intent. As he places the final plate on Flint's cell. You are each entitled to one person to speak on your behalf in witness in regard to your character or other facts that may be apparent or essential to the investigation, provided we are able to retrieve them within the day. He pulls out a stack of parchment from his breast pocket, and then a stick of green shaded glass that spirals to a fine tip. I'm prepared to take names and locations of these individuals, should you have any. And he stands in front of Flint's cell.
Huh.
Is there anyone you wish to speak on your behalf?
Flint wore himself out last night.
Apparently.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes. I would like to call upon Dabarak Ladorn. He knows what's going on.
And where is Mr. Ladorn hosted currently?
Jail.
Wait, what?
Very well. He walks over to Helenel's cell and gives the bar a quick and gentle tap with his glass quill. And for you, do you have anybody you wish to speak for you?
Like here? Or just anybody?
At your trial, anybody that you wish to speak that may not be necessarily part of the trial, but may attest to your past deeds or any implement facts regarding this trial or investigation.
Well, he's a pretty busy man, but Von Boric, he knows me pretty good.
Okay. And where is he currently hosted?
In fucking Cliffgrid.
Noted. Goes down to Alfred. And you, sir?
Unfortunately, the only people that I would know me is dead and South Sunder, but I would like to request the farmer's wife and daughter, as they will be able to confirm personally from what I have seen at the farmhouse. As for the state house, I have no one.
Unfortunately, they are already involved in the trial and are unable to witness for you specifically.
Then I have no one.
Noted. Turns around to Ugbor. You, sir? Who have you to speak?
No one. Just these fine fellows around me.
No family or other relatives, at least, to speak upon your character?
Oh yes, I have family, but they're on the other side of the world.
We have means to get them here magically, if that be an issue.
Oh, in that case, I don't have any family.
Okay. Well, my sincerest apologies for the assumption. He starts to walk away and then turns around and gestures both towards Ugbor and Alfred in the space. You also could have any past employers or anybody that you might know, just to throw out a line of aid in case it sparks anything. You may not, and I don't want to assume, but just trying to make suggestions in case you have any other thoughts.
So does he see me at this point?
Yeah, he's standing kind of in the intersection of Ugbor and Alfred's cells.
I really don't know if I want to say his name, but he could clear some things up.
We definitely shouldn't, dude.
You don't think so?
Nope, he said not to do it. Seems like a breaking of the contract, and
I contemplated it myself, but I remembered that.
Wait,
you
is it
don't want to
actually
break
part-
one of his.
Is it actually part of the contract that we do not say his
Yes.
name? Are you
Yep.
sure? I don't, because I honestly do not remember that.
Full blown, he told us straight up in those words, "Don't say my name."
Hey, like out of game, didn't like we sign something that made us like magically not be able to do that?
Well,
Yeah.
we're just bound to him. If we do, he will know, basically.
Yeah, yeah. by signing that contract, he'll know if we break it, and
Okay.
if we break it, he is not somebody I think we want to cross.
No,
I thought
I genuinely was. I thought it was just what we were doing, not that we were
Oh.
working with him, or that he is, he is a contact of ours, but not like we couldn't say what we were doing with him.
Really? I mean, there's
Really,
only one way to
he's
find
kinda,
out.
He's kind of set up as honestly, if he wanted to, he could exist outside of the law, because a lot of his contracts result in plausible deniability. We can't talk about what we're doing for him, really.
Yeah, I threw that in chat for you guys.
That this will
Yeah,
clear it
thank
up
you.
for sure.
Alfred, go for it if you think you should. Realistically, there's only one way to find out.
Well, I like out of character. I generally do not remember if it was a we cannot say his name or we cannot tell like what we are doing regarding him. So I'm just trying to figure this out here real quick.
See, yeah, if we tried to say anything, then it would just say it would make it mute.
It would gargle it, right?
Yeah.
Or garble it, yeah. That's what I thought in the first place.
Okay. Well, if you are determined to be in a disposed position, you have my sincerest hope for your future endeavors and relationships.
Hold on, damn! I'm reading this right now. So yeah, so we can say Gurky, but we can't do anything. We can't say anything about what we're doing with them. So I can probably fabricate some bullshit. Be like, he was a past. I used to work with him for at least for my trial. So all that, and he might be able to come by and help.
Have at it and see what happens.
I mean, it doesn't say anything about mentioning his name. It just says what we're doing and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say Mr. Gurky. He used to be a past employer of sorts.
And you see the soldier check his notes. I'm sorry, that name is already on the list. Appears that Lady Lucere has already spoken to and summoned Master Gurkfart.
Oh, in that case, yeah, yeah, well, that's already taken care of, and I don't need it for that.
Very well. Turning then to Munson. You, sir, do you have anybody who would speak on your behalf?
Do I look like I need help? Go away.
Understood. And turns to Vorik. You, sir, do you have anybody you wish to be at the investigation?
Well, I have my fellow comrades here, and I have a couple others I could probably throw in as far as they could speak about me, but they wouldn't have been at the event.
Oh, that's quite all right. We consider all things when delving into such investigations, both events of the actual occurrence being investigated and any predispositions or history the individuals being investigated might have had, or anything good they might have done in the past that might outweigh or at least influence the decision.
The two I could think of would be Captain John Garland.
Okay. John Garland. And where is Mr. Garland currently residing?
Not entirely sure at the moment. He was. Hold on, let me get this map pulled up.
Also, my mood just got ruined. The fucking Blues lost the playoffs.
Where was it we met all them at again?
Originally, you met them in Hopewell Harbor.
Yeah, but I thought we saw him again whenever I had met Pale.
You did. In Bayside.
Bayside. Bayside was the last place I'd seen him.
Okay. Bayside. Duly noted. And turns to...
I have another as well.
You are allowed one. Do you have a preference?
No, we can go with him.
Very well.
What about the other as a backup?
I can write that down as a backup, yes. Who
That
did you
would
have in
be
mind?
Brewster. He was also in Bayside the last I'd spoke with him.
Brewster, okay. Noted, thank you. And he dots his paper with his pen. And lastly, you, sir. And Samuel just looks at him, smiles, and shakes his head. No. All right. Yep. He scribbles something else on the bottom of the paper, puts away his pen, and folds the parchment, puts that away. Well, as I said, we will hold the trial tomorrow morning. So someone will come get you when it is time for your summons. And he turns and walks away. So you guys have another day in your cells.
Sweet, that means I'll be fully off that exhaustion finally.
Will our shackles let us reach through these bars?
No, your hands are bound. If you want to physically do it to get a notion for it, cross your arms on your chest, but then just grab your arms with your hands and hold them out. That's kind of how your shackles are. They're holding your hands parallel to each other, where you can almost touch your elbows on the opposite arm.
Whew, that's mighty uncomfortable.
Flint starts working on getting prison jacked.
Okay, how do you do that?
Yeah, dude, Uncle Iroh busting out of here.
Oh god, yes. I was hoping someone would make that reference.
So, how are you working on that, Flint?
Sit-ups, and he's terrible at this, so he just starts doing things that are hard for him to do, assuming that they are exercises.
Okay.
I mean,
Excellent.
you could do a cross arm push up.
I'll tell you what. Do a performance check for me.
Nailed it!
Awesome.
I'm seeing Flint do this, and I'm gonna be like, okay, here's how you do it. Here's how you really do it.
He just looks like he's served time before.
Okay, maybe bringing back to the dead is effectiveness, but I'll show you another time.
Okay.
Wow, you're really a guy who knows what he's doing.
Alfred,
Oh, shush.
Alfred tries to do exactly what you're doing with the sit-ups, but as he's sitting up, his foot slips from out from the grasp he had from the little ledge under the bed, and as his foot slips, as he's trying to pull up, he knees himself right in the face.
Of course I fucking did. Oh, shit. With that, I'm just gonna go ahead and go to bed.
Does anybody else have anything particular that you wish to do with this day?
I mean, I don't have any. We don't have anything to really do anything with.
Ugbor does planks.
Okay, between your bed and the latrine.
No, just on the floor. Propping myself up against my elbows.
Okay.
Okay, you do realize that with planks, both your arms would be on the ground, like flat, parallel, like a push-up position. It would be extremely uncomfortable and difficult with your arms crossed, right?
DM, should I do a strength check?
But he's a barbarian and he's the coolest guy in the world.
I'll have you do a strength check with advantage if you physically get on the floor and try to do what you're doing, just to see how difficult it is.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take the advantage, so give me a second here.
Pictures that never happen.
I'm trying it too.
Okay, you gotta do it for 30 seconds, though.
Well, I mean, he's not a barbarian with a strength score of blah. Yeah.
I mean, 30 seconds should be fucking manageable, even for a person who never done it.
Can confirm, not hard.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it before, but with your arms crossed and have to be as flat as possible, all that pressure is going to go onto that wrist, essentially, which makes it very
It's actually
uncomfortable.
harder to get up after the exercise without using your hands.
Okay, so roll with advantage on that on strength check to see how you do on that.
Okay. Oh, where's my window? There it is.
It's probably on the wall. 19. Yeah, you do it reasonably well. You don't have any major issues. Once you do it, you have to kind of collapse yourself onto the floor, like allow yourself to fall gently, and then get yourself up to rest. Go back down and do it again for increasing amounts of time. You're able to get a good workout going.
I'll take it, dude.
I could do it.
Yeah, I'm almost 300 pounds, and I could do it.
Challenging Ugbor, I will try to copy him.
Yeah, dude,
Okay.
let's do it.
Do a
Let's
strength
all
check.
become, dude. Let's just all become a squad of Iros.
My character really knows Ugbor, so now that he's doing that, I just want to copy him and show and still stare at him.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remind you that my character would be the
22.
22. What's your strength modifier?
What the?
Well, I have my athletics is a +4, and I rolled an 18.
Wow. Okay. You see.
How is it a +4? I'm a barbarian and
you
I
know
have
what?
+3.
You know what? You know what?
Here, I'll roll it. No, there's 21 for you.
Okay, Ugbor, you look over and see the very slim wizard, doing this and just you mad dogging you across the
Just
cell as he's
staring
doing.
at you in just annoyance.
And
Okay, can I do a performance check to one-up him at least? Like,
while
My performance is terrible.
while you're looking at him,
For the record,
go ahead.
as now that you I imagined Flint trying to do prison calisthenics until you had me roll performance, and now I'm imagining Flint doing flash dance in his cell.
perhaps athletics?
Who knows? I'm a maniac.
You know what? I'm hearing all this exercise and I can't get to sleep. I'm just gonna join.
And you know what, Ugbor, as you're watching Munson do this, him staring you down, you realize that he's probably able to do it more easily because while he's not as physically strong as you are, he's very thin, so it takes less to keep his body up. So while it's more taxing on you, you're working out more muscle, but it doesn't make you any less angry that he's able to do it for longer than you. So yeah, if you want to do performance, to try and to mad dog him right back while doing the exercise, you can.
Performance, he says. Oh, I'm rolling it.
Do it.
I have a +1. That's so good. 12. Rolled a 12.
12. Yeah, you get down, and with the, not quite rage, but with the heat boiling in your belly, you get down and let the pain take you. You stay down past when it hurts, with the blood flow through your veins, and you watch as Munson tries to keep up, and his elbows give out, and he falls to the ground.
Ugbor lets out hearty laugh and then collapses into his sweat.
Kel looks down at his pudgy tummy and he's like, I used to be able to do that.
Are there anything above us? Maybe you could do like chin ups or something on.
Above you, the ceilings are very tall. They're probably almost 15, 20-foot ceilings with walls going all the way up on all sides. But there is a rafter, like a beam holding up the structure of the building, but it is like probably 10 feet above you.
I'm going to try and jump up there.
Okay. Roll.
Not really jump. More like kind of parkour between the walls of the cell. I'm assuming it's not that wide, right?
It's wide enough. It's like 6, 7 feet across.
6, 10 feet across.
6 or 7 feet across. Yeah.
I'm just trying like just jump between the walls, so to speak.
Okay. Now,
I rolled an acrobatics, so I'm not quite sure if that's what you want.
Well, I was gonna say, when you do this, what are your plans for when you reach the top with bound hands?
I didn't really think about that. It's gonna be a very interesting pull-up.
So with your acrobatics check, you're actually able to hop back and forth between two walls. You're slipping a little bit, but able to get up enough speed and strength to get to the top, and then you jump for the bars, or for the rafter, trying to grab a hold of it. Realize you can't move your hands and hit your face right off of it.
I mean, I could probably grab onto it, but it'd just be a very interesting looking pull-up, with my hands crossed.
I want to attempt it, but I want to like try to pull myself up onto it.
Okay, so like throw your midsection at it and then drape over it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll for acrobatics.
Ooh,
awesome.
I failed.
Yeah, you try and you slip on your first step, like as you jump off the wall and try to propel yourself backwards on the other wall, your feet slips on that first one and you follow the ground just on your feet, and you try it again and you get a little bit of distance, but with your hands bound, you're not used to this flexing, this specific movement of your body, and you just aren't able right now to work up the effort to get that high up in the cell.
So I'm on the ground then right now, I guess?
Yes.
Alright, you know what? I'm going to try and do handstand push-ups.
With no hands?
Okay, so the way he described it is interesting, because I'm able to potentially do push-ups, it's just very difficult. Because I'm thinking the shackles are around my wrist, right?
Well, I guess maybe that should deserve a little bit more explanation. So to be clear, when I say shackles, I mean like bands of metal, like decorative wristbands you would see around I can't even think of what I've seen it off of. But like imagine a bracelet that's about 3 inches wide and it goes around the entire wrist, right? But imagine that's like a 1/4 inch thick steel, and wrapped around loosely both of your wrists, and then bound in the middle with a connective plate of metal that's just been forged together. So
I think I might got a picture for you then. Give me a second.
All right.
So then something like this, maybe?
Not exactly. I'll have to draw you kind of what I'm explaining, but basically your hands are in gauntlets that are fused together without the hands part of it. So if you were to try and do push-ups, you would start on your elbows.
Maybe like that? Oh. Definitely.
No,
definitely
you're thinking of handcuffs. These are think of a single bar that is strapping both of your wrists together, such that your right hand is on your left elbow and your left hand is on your right elbow.
So a straight jacket, essentially.
Yes, like a straight
Okay.
jacket, but just in the cuff, just on the
Yeah.
hands.
Similar,
Okay.
most similar to that, but with your
Okay, yeah, I
yeah,
was trying to find something like that, but I could not find it. And that the first
Yeah.
one was the closest resemblance I got.
yeah. It's that, but a little bit wider on the wrists. So you're
Okay,
yeah.
that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause
and
I was
hand-
thinking, I think they were just like handcuffs, but like the way they have it hooked on with like your arm like over your other wrist or something.
Nope, one solid piece.
So okay, interesting.
And maybe not. I can't speak for how you feel individually, but you are, for better or for worse, in the same place with each other, and having a bit of camaraderie and jumping around and letting out some steam a little bit for whatever that's worth.
It's kind of nice not to have to run around with a bunch of shit to do for once.
Well, I mean, it's not exactly we could just go.
You know what?
anywhere.
It's decided. I'm never leaving.
You know what? I second that idea. Why not? A little few, modeling around here.
I just inspired my new prison posse to start working out.
Yeah,
if my
dude,
mother could see me now.
Flint, you just started a gang. We're gonna run this place.
Flint Daddy over here. But like imagine, I'm just, I'm waving around here with my hands. Like, just imagine some extra lighting around here. Maybe clean up the little bits of like just hanging off. Just clean it up. Put some like, air freshener. Put a little bit of heating in. This place would be amazing.
I like how Alfred is giving the jail the Martha Stewart treatment. Vorik's just thinking about how much we're going to charge for yard time.
Yes, dude.
We're going to turn this into Pimp Your Prison.
Somebody's watched an episode or two of prison shows. I detect.
I work for the DOC.
Okay, I was getting ready to say you that seemed a little bit more on the inside. I've had some incarcerated family members, and I know how that goes.
I'll be the head of the show of Pimp Your Prison. I'll make sure everything gets nice.
This isn't exactly how I pictured the gang coming together, but sure.
You know what? Forget it. New goal. New goal. Fuck Gurky. We're just gonna run this jail.
We're just gonna, just at every possible turn, we're gonna just try to circumvent everything the DM has built.
This 30 by 50 space is the
realistic
new
goals
campaign.
for yourself.
From now on, we never leave.
Like even like just nope. We're happy where we're at.
Not even breaking out.
For
We're just gonna
once-
roll this.
For once, we are more free here than we were outside.
We go up and we're like, yeah, we didn't kill him, but we're not sad that he's dead. And that is Flint's idea of hard.
So you hear bits and pieces still from the guards throughout the day. Just random bits and bobs if you guys wanted to try and proceed that, but they're just chattering as they stand guard, and eventually they rotate. Every once in a while you hear the doors open and people move in and out, but nothing else major happens.
Yo, guardman, what time is it?
Right now it's about getting towards evening.
Thanks, man. Gotta make sure you stay friendly with the guard, After all, they give us our food, and I get an extra biscuit.
Bork is still sitting over there being like, an hour for 5 gold, maybe an hour for 4. But if you get, we can do an hour for 2.5 and then 5. He's just sitting there like doing the math, prepared for life in prison.
Sure. Munson, what are you doing at this time?
Staring at Doug Boar.
Okay.
I see Munson.
Let me scroll up to my thingamajig.
You know what? I got a perfect
Yeah,
idea
you-
for how we can revamp this prison.
Yeah, you can see Munson. You can see the most of his cell.
Can I see that he's staring? Like, just directly, and he has been staring the whole time? I mean, I can't see Ugbor, but can I see that Munson has just kept his eyes on a specific point this whole time?
Well, Munson, are you up against the bars or sitting against the back of your cell? How are you doing?
I would be sitting in the back, just staring. The only
Okay,
time
so
I
I
really
can't
got
see him.
up to move was to do the little out strengthen the Ugbor. I'm not gonna waste my energy standing there staring. I'll sit and stare. It's much easier.
Okay. At some point in the evening, Samael speaks up, to no one in particular. Gustavus isn't as clever as he gave himself credit for. Just greed like any other.
Who the fuck's talking and saying that?
What was your cost?
You know, you say that, Sam, but they did trick us all right when we first got into Sunder.
He actually stands up and walks over towards the door of the cell, the first time since he's been in. Ignoring your questions. Did you know that the master was a genie? Shapeshifter? Fits for a city like that. Even weaker than Tosvavas, actually. But he didn't beg. Respectable.
Hey, Mr. Sam I Am. Question. You said something about Thunder. Were you the one that happened in the attack there? Or is that none of your master's doing?
You don't even know about what you speak.
Oh, I think you know damn well what I'm talking about.
Oh, and he even had a pet. It's cute. It doesn't do much good when you keep your dog in the yard next door, but still. My master wasn't weak like yours was. Alfred. He turns around and sits down.
How the fuck do you know my name?
Yeah, he's been doing stuff like this for a while.
Thing is, I've never seen this man before today. Unless, well, I mean, then again, yeah, he was in Sunder, but I'm not exactly inconspicuous there.
He knows Gurky. He was there for that.
What do you mean he was there for what? How does he know Gurky?
We all met Gurky together. Well, I actually met Gurky beforehand, but Pale and Samael met Gurky together. It wasn't just a one quest or one job or a deal. Samael was with us for a while.
Yeah.
He knows us and what we have done and probably what we're doing better than the majority of you do.
But,
Oh, and I found
Well,
him a
while
much
we're
better
all
job.
here, care to elaborate on that?
yeah. Look, and no withholding information. I'm getting tired of that bullshit from Gurky. I don't need it from the rest of you.
Gurky has good reason.
Maybe so, but I don't like being withheld information that would be beneficial to us.
Just like I have history with Gurky more than I do anybody else here.
Alfred, have you ever had a job before?
Let me think. It has been some time, but
Well, there
it
are things called bosses, and they don't owe you anything but the payment for your services.
Well, in that regard, yes, I've had a job. It's called the Arena. Might remember that, don't you? Anywho,
Hey, Vort, can you roll me a d20?
Sam is a magic user. He's traveled with us a couple of months, I'd say, before we arrived in Sunder.
I mean, you guys met him before I did. I met
Hey.
you all, the three of you together.
if he's a magic user, and I know these cuffs, are
Not
supposed-
purely, but he can use it, and I don't know how well he can use it, but he's pulled off some pretty incredible stuff.
If that's the case, because I wonder, I don't exactly have this spell, but would you be able to send a message with the cuffs on? Would anyone be willing to try that?
Is it a spell?
I mean, it's a spell, but I don't think it really had a lot of.
If you, I have a feeling we might be able to pull it off if you had something on you that fulfilled the requirements of the spell
So-
without you having to cast it,
So you're
i.e.,
saying
some kind of
maybe-
enchanted item.
Yeah, but they would have taken everything off of him if that was the case. I mean, they searched him as well as they searched us. I mean, I don't have my sand or feathers at all.
I believe Vorik and I have tattoos.
We do. That doesn't work. I tried.
Lame.
Samael also has access to something. They
Hey,
can't
hey,
feel
hey,
it.
hey, 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 hey. We all get matching tattoos. Thank you very much.
This is true. Wait. Did we all get matching tattoos though? I think that was a plan. I just don't know if we ever did it.
It was, but Samael was the only other one that got a tattoo with us.
Well, now it's a necessity because we can't have... Because he's not part of the gang.
Yeah.
Well, anywho.
We need new matching tattoos.
And I want to look at Samael because I know he's going to catch on to this eventually. Because if I remember correctly, he can just summon his weapon. Like, it's not anything physical. He can just summon it like a hexblade can.
No, not a blade finger.
I thought he could. I thought that was his big... I thought he had brought that up at one point in time.
No, he just makes his sword green.
Okay.
So he's a warlock of sorts.
Well, technically, yeah.
Well, we don't know that.
No. Just
Do we not? Does Pale not?
No, Cody did all that. Like, he didn't say anything.
Yep, you guys do not know.
Oh, I thought he told us about some chick talking to him.
Nope.
Ooh, that sounds familiar.
Yep, he never said anything.
I thought he did. It may have been our character then.
Well, as it gets closer to evening, Vorik, you hear a little bit of talking from Samael's cell. They don't even know. How would they? It's brilliant.
Well, it's brilliant.
You don't get an answer.
we still have our rings on us, on our hands.
No, those were taken as well. Being obviously enchanted and uniform across the entire group.
Maybe that was just our... we just had matching rings, because we're a group.
I mean...
Bastards.
I'll say they left Helnel's pendant because, for one, it seemed to be innocuously small, especially when his size and tucked away in his clothes. But the rings were obvious on all of your hands.
Kind of want to hit the bars with these shackles and be like, "Hey, who are you talking to?"
You get no answer again. He just pretends like he doesn't hear you and just stays in his bed with his eyes closed, smiling.
Bitch.
The day is almost over.
Well, they said it was going to be tomorrow.
That was yesterday.
It's not been a day.
They said yesterday would be tomorrow. That'd be today.
No, the Sari told you that they would come tell you about the details tomorrow, which is today. And today they came to tell you that your trial will be tomorrow. So, as you wind down the day full of activities of jumping, exercising, commiserating, and fact-finding, is there anything else anybody wants to do before we assume a long rest?
Bell's going to try and talk to Sam. Be like, what made you run off?
Make a persuasion check.
Sam. Oh, fuck.
Alfred is just contemplating on how the fuck he would know me.
A crit, so 21.
21 total, okay.
Yeah.
There's just a moment of silence. Business. Found a much better deal than what Gerke offered you lot.
With who?
I'll say with a crit, with a natural 20. Oh, you'll meet her soon.
I don't like that sound.
Do I know her?
Make a persuasion check for her.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Nice.
Well, with another natural 20. Well, you do and you don't. Matter of fact, you spurned her last offer.
That's what I thought. Fuck, I don't have my stuff. I need my stuff.
Your loss was my gain, apparently.
I don't care about that.
I'm liking this much less and less.
I've gained more since then. But it seems like she's still up to her old tricks.
You don't know the half of it. Nor do you even know who you're talking about.
I've dealt with her some. I know what I went through. And I know that it will start to happen to you eventually.
No response.
Pale's not going to know what I'm talking about, but I want to remind Pale, I guess yell down the hallway, and be like, did you say Pale has his necklace thing? Well, we can't cast spells, never mind. But I was going to tell Pale, I was going to say, remember the curse?
Yeah.
That was her.
Sam, tell your mother we'll be coming. We'll be ready to meet her.
Make an intimidation check.
Lucky.
All right.
Out of curiosity, what was that failed roll?
A 2.
Whoa.
Do it again because it was a 10. Let me see.
And don't forget you had the inspiration as well, I think.
Yeah. God damn it. Alright, last lucky. Okay, fuck it, that's better than nothing. 17 altogether.
17. With that intimidation and with those words you said, Vork, you see him sit up rather abruptly. My mistress doesn't want you. She's found more interesting targets. Glowing targets.
Do I hear this?
Yes, it's easy enough for you all to in this stone resonance room.
I don't think your glowing targets will be that easy to take down. Just being in their presence, I can feel great magic between those two.
There's a slight realization before he allows himself to speak again. That's what the last pair thought too.
Last pair.
And
What do you mean last pair?
Once again, he lays himself back down and turns over. And after just a moment of silence and thought, hail to the king.
Do any of you guys know what he means by that?
Yeah, he means this is his boomstick.
Boomstick. If he has a weapon, why hasn't he used it by now?
Anything anybody else wishes to do or say before you retire?
I'm just contemplating on all that has been transpired. The fact that he
Okay.
knows me worries me.
Elle's just gonna pray to Saloon, ask for some guidance.
Okay. Flint?
Flint is hard at work on preparations for his gang.
Okay.
How those tattoo designs coming along?
Working on it.
Hey, listen, do we tattoo these like on our faces? Like how how brutal do we go?
You'll
Eyeball.
see. I'll explain it.
Fair enough.
These will have like two S's on your forehead for Sandwich Squad.
Oh no.
all I'm going to.
We all have to shave our heads.
All I'm
Yeah.
going to. I don't have hair. What the hell are you talking about? All I request is that my tattoo is magical to boost my fire damage. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm not paying for that.
Those
Oh,
require very expensive needles.
come on,
What
Daddy
you know?
Flint.
Had things gone a little bit differently, we might would have the money for funding.
Uh-huh. You know.
So, Munson, what are you
Maybe.
doing this evening?
I'll just lay down, impatiently waiting for the day to end so he can get this trial going. Feels like he's wasting days doing nothing.
Okay. Agbor?
Oh, you want to know what I do before bed?
Yes, I do.
Is there a bathroom?
There is. There's a small latrine chair in your cell.
Okay. I pee and go to bed.
Okay.
Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle.
Vorik, what about you?
Is there anything else in my cell?
Yep, you have a latrine, a stone bed built into the floor. You have the bits of small stones and straw that were mentioned before, and the beam above you, and the locked door in front of you.
My hands are covered, right?
No, your hands are free. Your wrists are bound, but your hands are free.
Does anyone have anything metal on them? Something maybe straight?
We don't have a lockpick for it.
I could get out of this.
No.
Damn it.
I have compelling reason to think you can't.
Yeah.
Orc, if you start doing like tongue push-ups now, you may eventually have the strength to break your own tooth with your tongue and use your tooth as a pick.
Okay, that's just morbid as fuck, but interesting.
Oh, I could just like knock one out though. Like I wouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, but my way's cooler, so
Takes longer. Well, damn. I'm just gonna
Fingerprints
go
are longer.
sit. I'm gonna go sit and watch Samael before going into another trance.
Okay.
Did anybody else hear Sam talk to somebody, or was it just Vort?
That one where he spoke to himself, that was just Vork.
Okay.
Well, Vork was tranced and directly across from him.
You know what? I like that better. You turtled up for the Turtle Club?
Flint starts the Pen 15 Club. Okay. Well, eventually y'all find rest and gain the benefits of a
Here
long
we
rest.
stand so broken-hearted.
Okay. In the morning, you are all woken, not with food, but with a small contingent of guards coming through the door and marching loudly with their weapons and books and other accoutrements down the steps towards your cells. Your cells are unlocked one by one by an individual guard. They're all left open for you to exit. As the guard gets to the last cell and opens Flint's, the guard kindly gestures for you to step out and join them. At this time,
You don't understand, punk. I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
Hit him with the grease.
he walks in calmly and goes up to you and puts his hand on your back and gently tries to guide you out.
Oh, here they go. Feeling me up now again.
Does anybody not go with them, or try not to go with them?
I mean, I'm perfectly happy wherever they lead me.
Yeah, I don't really feel like a prison beatdown first thing in the morning, so I'll go.
Okay. So they escort you up and out of the jail, Samuel included, altogether walking you as one group. Once out of the building, they surround you on all sides with more guards.
Never don't give up. Oh, God.
And the building is missing all of its windows on one side as you approach the state house that you left last night. But
I mean, the night before.
yes, sorry, the night before last night.
As we're passing by, I'm just kind of muttering like, I wonder what happened there.
But it's not jagged broken glass. It's as it was when you last left it. It's been cleaned up, and the broken glass has been collected and disposed of. The doors are open currently, and there's some people gathered around the city to watch your walk again, but none of them speak. Entering the State House, you are led into what appears to be a large audience chamber that has been repurposed into a courtroom for this trial.
I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
Sure thing.
Ooh, maybe take 5?
Sure, let's take 5.
Yeah,
do
that actually sounds like a good idea.
Cool.
So,
Make it do like my old DM did,
mhm.
and just make her make a character and make guest appearances.
Hey.
Oh yeah, I would not be down. Like I would be down for that if she's okay doing that. 'Cause that'd be kind of cool.
So, entering the State House, you are led into what appears to be a large audience chamber that has been repurposed into a courtroom for this trial. You see a beautiful green and brown space that matches Rowanwood's colors and aesthetic. With so many open windows, it feels as if nature has been invited into the space. There are small benches throughout the chamber, some under the balcony, some in a balcony, and some on the main floor, leaving room for a walking aisle. Being escorted forward, you see several figures of note. Gurkey sits, staring forward with his arms crossed and a permanent scowl on his face. As you advance down the aisle, he makes eye contact with you briefly, then turns away. Seated beside him is the Flint would know him. Sitting beside him is the dwarf cog of Cliffcraig. Or I'm sorry, the halfling cog of Cliff. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong line. I was in the wrong space. Forgive me. But sitting beside Gurkey is the dwarf cog of Cliffcraig, Vongren Whittlestone, as well as many of elves who seem to be of high importance. Then, Flint, you notice the halfling cog of Fiola, Daflin Cutton, as well as several people you are sure to be his escorts. He's dressed in short but well-fitted clothes of orange and white with blue accents that are not out of place for a celebratory place like Fiola, but here in this situation it feels almost oppressively cheerful. At the head of the chamber is a round elevated dais where 7 people stand in front of individual seats. At the foot of the dais, to the left, stand Lysari and Torin, both of them standing at attention. There are 2 small tables before the dais, angled directly at the platform from different sides of the room. Behind these tables, on the left side, you see a half-elf woman and her daughter. On the right are 7 chairs that you can only assume are for you.
Oh, the 7 dwarves. Perfect.
Standing before you, before the 2 seating areas, is a wood elf that you know to be Lysari's grandfather, Lord Everandel Bainbreeze. He gestures towards the seats on his left as you are guided down the aisle by guards that follow you and sprinkle themselves amongst the crowd. What are you doing?
Run. No, I'm just kidding.
Pop a squat.
Just sitting there.
Just bust out the window, but
Okay.
Or stands in front of his chair, but then Slav squats. No, he sits in the chair.
I'll outperform it.
Lent sits down heroically.
With your new tattoo with a turtle on your head?
Yeah.
Sits down, Munson sits down better.
Yeah.
Alfred just sits down fucking normally. What the fuck are you all doing?
Flint's wondering how he's going to run this particular gang.
Once you're all seated, Everandel begins addressing the entire room, looking from you to the other table to the audience as he speaks. Welcome to all who could attend. My name is Everandel Bainbreeze, seat of the protection for Rowanwood. This is the trial of Vorax Exania, Helena Morningstar, Flinton Eastwood, Ugbor the Besmirched, Alfred Whipplebottom, Munson, and Semael Kiloris, regarding the murder of John Billar, the theft of his property, the conspired attack on the States Building. During this trial, the 7 seats of the High Council will be asking questions of the victims, the accused, and other witnesses brought forth to discern the truth of what happened 2 days ago, both at the Bilal farm and in the courtyard here in Rowanwood, at the States Building, in which we all sit currently. On the High Council, this day sits 7 seats. Lord Nilian Prathana, Archmage of the Diversium and Seat of Arcana. Lady Alaratha Natumo, High Priestess and Seat of Religion. Lord Eldrin Doro, Seat of Animal Craft. Lady Taylora Eleanoran, Seat of Naturecraft. Lord Relayon Vimaris, High Captain and Seat of Trade and Travel. Lady Alma Oloriath, Seat of Statescraft and this season's Cog of Rowanwood. And myself, Lord Everandel Bainbreeze, Lord Commander and Seat of Protection. Magical means will be used to ensure the most pure accounts. When the spell is in effect, those under it may only speak in truths or not at all. After our questions are exhausted, witnesses will be called to shed any light on the accused's personal lives, should that be needed in determining a fair and proper outcome. Finally, all parties involved will be allowed to make any final statements. The council will deliberate and announce judgment on all incidents. Then our judgment will be carried out. Before we begin, High Priestess, would you bestow the spell on the plaintiff? The small, white, blonde-haired elf woman introduced as Elatha Nachimal, dressed in a red cloak adorned with many pieces of beaded jewelry and religious symbols, stands from her seat. She whispers a verbal incantation, then points to the defendant's table. To the plaintiff's table, where a bubble of golden light inflates and envelops the 2 individuals. Everandel says, "Please state your name, madam." "My name is Sayla Bilar, my lord." "Tell us, Miss Bilar, what happened at your farm 2 days ago?" "Well, we were cleaning the house, getting ready for supper, when we saw an orange light out of the window, which didn't make sense for that time of day. We looked but didn't see anything at first. Our daughter, Gwen, started screaming after seeing the fire outside in the kitchen, and John went to the front door to see what was going on, but as soon as he opened the door, someone called out from within the house to come back inside and not scream. John then screamed, came inside and started barricading the door at the end tables and the mud rack in the foyer. Then it's hard to remember, my lord." "That's okay. Take your time." I remember people just flooding into my house from all sides. Some of them weren't nice, even offered us coin after driving away the phoenix that was attacking. Then agreed when John asked if they could fetch help from Lord Commander Bainbreeze. Some left, and then an elf came out of our bedroom carrying our deed to the property and our farm's ledger. He demanded that we work for him and give him most of what we made. He identified himself as Vorhek Hexania. He tried to give us coin for the farm, but my husband refused and threw it back at him." And you see her pause and take a breath and start to get watery-eyed. The rest is kind of a blur, but I remember John telling them to get out of our house. Then he threw a purple. Then the elf threw some sort of purplish knife at me and our daughter, but missed. And I saw him do something to John, but then John swung at him. Then this elf killed my John. I tried to come and distract my daughter outside afterwards, but that's when Lord Tyrrgan and his men showed up sometime later. I see. And did you see how your husband died? No, he had his back to us. She looks to Vorik at this time, protecting us. Were there any obvious wounds? Do you see the accused holding a weapon? No, my lord. Thank you, Miss Pilar. Would the little one like to add anything? She is entitled to do so if she so chooses. The little girl, clinging to her mother's dress, after a second of encouragement from the mother, says, My daddy was fine. Then the bad man made him not alive anymore. I tried to wake him up when Mama cried, but he didn't wake up. Mama took me outside and we looked at flowers, and she sang songs about Sylvanus and Lathander until the guards came, and they came with Lord Tyrrgan. And then, after another moment of silence, with some murmurings from the crowd, Thank you, little one. Your part is done. High Priestess, could you and perhaps Lysere direct your magics to the other table? The High Priestess drops her spell, then her and Lysere cast the same apparent magics at your table, but when Lysere casts, she uses some different somatic components, and when she casts a hand gesture, it's a different type of symbol, and some of her runes glow in certain aspects. Munson and I believe Alfred, who read the books, would know these as the runes. Knows this the rune being activated as Kenaz, glowing a bright blue on her collarbone, and then two bubbles, one gold and one blue, envelops all 7 of you crammed in this small space as you are. I'm going to have everybody who wants to resist roll a charisma save.
Charisma?
Charisma save.
Okay.
Charm.
I really would think work would be
Charm isn't a status.
My character naturally would just, because he's not used to other people casting things on him and his innate ability, he would naturally resist.
Me being a magic user?
Yeah, but people don't cast shit on me and he doesn't like it. You say charisma save? Nasty.
Okay, so
19 for me.
19 for you. Adbor and Vorik got 15s.
Because mine, I have that one.
This count as being charmed?
Okay. Say what?
Does it count as being charmed?
No.
No, I do not believe so. Let me double check it just to be sure.
If it's Zone of Truth, it don't.
No, this is not a charm spell, from what I can tell. Now, the way you guys are set up, Munson, Alfred, and Flint are under the enchantment by the High Priestess, and the rest are under the spell cast by Lysere. And with this setup like this and giving your numbers, nobody that tried succeeded to save from the spell. You all feel the magic seep within you, and you feel compelled that if you tried to speak a mistruth, you would not be able to get the words out. Now, alternatively, Samael you see struggling, and as he struggles, you see Lysere step forward, half a step, and she says, "No, the magic is being resisted. Try again." And the rune on her chest flares brighter, and the magic intensifies. You guys feel a slight pressure on your minds, and Samael is going to try to save again, and he fails. He stops resisting and moving in his chair and just sits angrily. Lysere nods to Everandel to continue. From my left to my right, what is your version of the events that Miss Pilar spoke of? Flint, please.
There was a huge bird and it was on fire. And so I ran from it. And then I went into a house. And everybody seemed mad that I was there. I can take a hint, so I left. Then I spent the majority of the day running my ass off trying to keep up with the rest of these gentlemen.
He waits to make sure you're finished, then nods. Munson, do you have anything to add?
Am I adding to what he has done, or am I adding what I have done?
Is there anything you wish this court to be aware of regarding the series of events Miss Pilar has described?
I was not in the building in which anything has happened, so I have nothing to compel or say against it. I was never within the scene of the building itself.
Very well. Mr. Ugbor, the besmirched, have you anything to add?
Hang on one second. Okay. So I do recall there being a giant flaming murder chicken raising the farm, and at first we were going to try to take care of the problem ourselves, but it seemed like that was going to result in mass death, so we all ran into the house. Emotions were really high at that time, so the details are fuzzy, but I do seem to murder chicken. I do seem to recall an incident where Vorik returned something to the farmer, and then I left.
Do you remember the details about what was said? Anything that you care to share?
The farmer was upset that Vorik had what he had. But Vorik gave it back, as I recall.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Alfred Whipplebottom, what have you to say?
Well, the beginning is pretty much the same. We were running towards the farmhouse because of the phoenix. I was initially running out to the pasture that the farmers own, as it was on fire, and I was hoping to use magic to extinguish it, but the phoenix attacked me, and after doing so, I had essentially teleported into the house as it was the only source of cover. Once I was in there, I believe I was one of, if not the first person of the group to be in the house. I had told, told the farmer and his wife and daughter to stay inside and stay quiet, so that hopefully the phoenix would not turn its attention onto the house itself. At this point, I had realized that the other side of the house was becoming increasingly under threat by fire from when the phoenix had landed relatively closely by attacking the, or sorry, not attacking, hunting the one of the cows. I had extinguished it, went outside to check the status of the phoenix, and I had saw a lightning bolt. I went inside after it had flown off, sat down in the kitchen with everyone, and that's when Rorik came out with what appeared to me as the deed. However, shortly after, I believe he was trying to make them a servitude of, or to Vorhik. I believe it was Pell who managed to successfully hold Vorik, take the deed and the ledger from him, and return it to the farmer. It was after Flint had appeared that I made my leave when the farmer had said to leave. And as of this point, everyone was still alive, with both Pell and Flint and Warwick still in the house. That's all I know from that.
Very well. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Pelinal Morningstar, what do you have to say?
Well, really the same as everybody else. You know, especially Alfred has said the most truthful thing so far.
Are you saying there have been mistruths said?
Well, Ugor said that Vorik gave that back. He did not. Vorik was working.
He absolutely did, though.
No, he didn't.
I am almost confident if I go to the video, I will see where you held him and forced him to give it back.
Fight, fight, fight.
I took it and gave it back to him.
Okay. Never mind. I redact everything I was saying.
So
I see what you're doing.
it would appear that Mr. Ugbor just remembered things differently, believing his account to be honest, but this truth is acknowledged. Thank you for your clarification. Please continue.
But, you know, I'll give it back to him. I told Vorik, use your time better. And I left. The farmer was still alive whenever I left.
Thank you, Mr. Morningstar. Vorhek Hexania, the bulk of this portion of the case focuses on you. And according to our magics, the other 5 of your party have, I believe, declared their innocence under magical truth. And at this course of events, you are the one who remains alone in the house with the Billars. Do you have any difference of your course of events from what Mrs. Billar said?
Obviously, starting out, I agree with the others as far as there was a phoenix or a big fiery bird. I went to the house for cover. Stumbled in through a window where I could. Then once everything was resolved, I came back out. I made an offer for the farm. given that they seemed to not make a whole lot. Offer was denied. I used a little bartering tactics, which must have insulted said farmer, and then he attacked me, and I just responded back.
Real quick, out of character, did Rourke still have the deed on him, or was that taken when the guard searched us?
You don't know. Now, Mr. Ixania, you have not spoken to the fact that you threw a dagger at a child. Is that correct?
Like I said, a little bartering tactics. If you ask anyone that knows me in this room, if I wanted to hit said child, the child would have been hit.
But the fact remains that you threw a dagger at Mr. Billard's family first, which could have been interpreted as an attack, thereby spurring Mr. Billard's reaction. You didn't detail. What was his reaction to you throwing a weapon at his family?
A physical assault from him?
Meaning a hand-to-hand combat? Did he have a
Yes.
weapon?
I don't believe so.
So, would you say a punch is equal to a dagger?
No, but the dagger hit no one.
I do not believe that the farmer, at least in reasonable doubt, knew that you intended to miss. And there's every possibility that you could have hit by accident. Would you not agree? Did you imply some intent upon your weapon's target?
Intent? There was never an intent to hit.
Was there a communicated intent to not hit?
As in, I missed on purpose?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you tell this to Mr. Billard?
No, then the tactic doesn't work.
So no. Therefore, Mr. Billard had every reason to believe that you intended to hit and were simply a bad shot. So, with reasonable belief, he responded in kind by attacking the person who attacked his family. Most would call that justified.
Be justified.
You then proceeded to dispatch Mr. Billard with a weapon, having received a punch in the face. Is this correct?
Was there proof of a weapon? Was there a wound?
Whether or not the weapon we can retrieve is of no consequence. You can tell me if there was a weapon, but if there was not a weapon, then you used your hands. The fact remains that our witness, under magical truth, has testified to the fact that her husband was alive, had a dispute with you, you performed an action, and his life was ended. Do you deny it?
Did she ever see a weapon?
Do you deny it?
Do I deny that I performed an action? No.
So, I want it for the record, and he turns to an elf in the side of the chamber who is scrawling notes this whole time. Mr. Hexania has acknowledged that he ended a life after receiving fair recompense.
That was not what I said.
Defending a family.
That wasn't what I said.
You acknowledge that you performed an action that ended the life of Mr. Bilar.
Didn't say the end of the life. If I wanted to end his life, I could have ended it beforehand.
Without sidestepping the question, Mr. Hexania, and Everhandle steps forward towards you. Did you end Mr. Bilar's life? At your silence, he turns. It seems that the witness refuses to answer the question. If he was innocent, under this magical truth, it would be obviously easy to acquit yourself.
Yeah, I have a question with that. If I meant to end his life, or if I ended his life, why would I offer what I offered?
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense what
On top of that, why would I
the
leave
defendants
witnesses?
are claiming.
I'm not asking about the ifs and ifs and ifs, Mr. Hexania. I asked you if you ended the life of Mr. Bilar after he attacked you for justifiably, apparently, after you attacked his family.
Was I aware that he was dead? Is what you're asking, right?
We are not discussing your flawed reasoning, but your actions, Mr. Hexania.
I hit him and he fell to the ground. That could be many things.
Again, I'm not discussing your flawed reasoning. He steps forward back towards you again. Whether or not you intended him to fall to the ground, hit his head, fall on a weapon, or magically be extinguished, your actions have ended the life of John Bilar. Have you anything to say in regards to the actions that ended the life? Not an excuse as to why you did it, not a sidestep as to what your intentions were. I purely am asking you to answer the question of, did you do it? Not how you did it, not why you did it. Did you do it?
I have a question, sir.
He holds a finger up to you, staring at Vork.
Can I do it? So you seem to know already.
He turns, a hard look on his face. I want to reiterate for the statement, the defense has no defense for the question of the dispatching of John Bilar. Now, the council will address questions, and Lord Bainbreeze goes and takes his seat on the platform. One of the first to stand up is Lord Eldrandora, the seat of Animal Craft, a dark-skinned, long-haired elf. And he addresses Ugbor. First, I would like to let you ask your question that you had before. Please proceed.
I actually believe that Everandel's follow-up answered my question. I was curious to know if we would be given a chance to defend ourselves.
Yes, this is that time. You may speak freely now if you have a moment to speak, after which we will ask you individualized questions of our own regard. Have you something to say?
Not just right this moment, but I might.
Alrighty then. Well, since you and I are speaking, I have a thought. What do you know of Mr. Hexania's background? Do you know anything of this man, or how he came to be this way, or why he did what he did?
I've known him a long time, actually. A long time to me. What I can tell you is that on multiple occasions, Boric has single-handedly ensured that I have survived an otherwise unsurvivable situation. And because of that, I trust his judgment.
The gentleman nods and sits back down. Then the High Priestess stands up, and she addresses Pellinol. Why did you leave the house with Mr. Hexania inside after correcting the wrong that he so obviously did in your presence?
Well, when I met Vorik, he looked awful. He was inflicted with some, like, horrible curse. And I got rid of it. And I thought he would have, like, a new lease on life afterwards. I thought he'd see, like, brighter skies. Ugbor's right, he has helped us out a whole lot. But he has been a little bit quiet, a little bit to himself. But, you know, you don't ever want to try to force anything on anybody. But I always believed in him. I always thought he was a good person. I do not... I don't... I figured he would just make better choices. He would think more and just leave. We have bigger things to worry about. Instead of trying to exploit some poor farmer in the middle of nowhere. I thought he would do better. And I trusted him. And I left.
She nods and sits back down. Next, Lord Lilian Perthana, the dark-skinned, red-eyed elf that you've seen before, the archmage in charge of the Diversium, stands up and addresses Venson. Did Mr. Hexamia assist in driving away the threat? This phoenix that descended upon the farm just so when you were there?
No, he did not.
He nods again, sits down. Lord Laurion Vimaris, the seat of trade and travel, stands up, his red bandana and scarf hard to miss. Speaking to Floric, Mr. Hexamia, assuming this trial didn't exist, what are your future plans?
What do you
Go
mean?
back and kill every last farmer here. Oh,
Everyone. Future plans as in...
As in, why are you here in our presence, in our front of our town? Where are you headed? For what purpose?
We are searching for someone.
You care to share us those details?
no, we do not.
I was not speaking to you, Mr. Besmirched.
We are all contracted to the same job. I'm not going to allow my comrades here to get in the way of my money. We do not.
As much as I'm willing to, we cannot. We are unable to, if you will.
He sits back down. Lord Bainbridge stands up. Mr. Hexania, what was your intent when entering the farmhouse?
To get a better angle
No,
against
no,
what was
no,
attacking so
no.
far.
Now remember, you're under zone of truth. You cannot tell a lie.
That was. I mean, I went there for
Okay.
cover.
Okay,
I already said that part.
That's cool. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Take cover from the big fiery bird in the sky, and to hopefully get a better vantage point.
He sits down without saying anything. He waits for a moment, looks around. Nobody else stands up. Lord Bainbury stands back up. This, I believe, concludes our line of questioning regarding the murder of Jean Ballard. We will now begin asking questions regarding the explosion at the State House. Again, from my left to right, describe the events that happened leading up to the explosion from your vantage point. Mr. Munson, please.
Well, I met up with my fellow comrades. We just got done talking to the council, and as we left and decided to explore town, in which we were asked to not leave town due to Lord Avaranthal's Bainfreeze's request to stay in the city until further things were discussed. We were walking around, and there was a gentleman we noticed in the distance, which would be this guy here, I believe is Samael. We approached such gentleman. Alfred decided to diverse from that group to look for a better viewing point of the assailant. And as we headed that direction, he came towards us a little bit, dropped something. I'm not sure what it was. I was not paying attention to that exact details. And he went to move down the edge of the building. I approached him, obviously being a blue creature of disguise, I do not hide well. I decided to watch over him as I could hear my comrades head towards the building. When I heard the explosion, which I'm not sure exactly how that happened, I immediately went to grab the gentleman here, who had a really weird smirk on his face, which I believe I felt Pelinel cast a spell to hold the creature, which I believe did not take effect, in which I then cast my banishment to make him not be able to escape from what I thought would be a logical standpoint. And he tried to counterspell my abilities. He tried to stop me from casting what I believe would be the end of all ends, in which I diffused him and made him disappear. And then you guys arrived.
Thank you for your testimony. And you see him start to say something when the high priestess walks over to him, quickly whispers something, and then goes to sit back down. Forgive us. We will take that as a sufficient description given our magical circumstances. This particular spell does not last forever. So we will skip to Mr. Samael. What have you to say on these accusations of your involvement? You see as Sam sits there and just stares at the veranda without saying a word.
Pelalock raises his hand up. If you'll excuse me, our buddy here, or not really our friend, Sam, I believe he is working with the Mother Night Whisperer. He's under orders from somebody. He keeps talking about she has her sights set on other things, shiny things.
glowing things.
Glowing things, yeah.
And I personally believe he is referring to very specific people within this city. And if he's here and causing this much disturbance, I fear the city may be under attack. And if I to assume and believe that Samuel is also this person or thing that Samuel is under, is the same who did the massacre of South Sunder, then the city may soon face something similar.
I appreciate your information. Mr. Keloris, do you have any intent of answering questions asked of you today? And again, you see as he just sits and stares. For speaking ever so softly. Hail to her new majesty.
You said something similar to that last night. Hail to the king, if I remember. I don't like that.
Avada
Oh my god! Like a Harry Potter theme reference.
After a moment of silence and eye contact with Samael, Everandel speaks again. Thank you for your skills, my ladies. I believe we are finished.
Flint, fuck off!
And both women drop their spells as the bubbles of light dissipate. Now, the accused were granted witnesses. Magic will not be used on these character witnesses. Who is here that we were able to retrieve based on these requests to speak on their behalf? Lysari speaks up. Master Gerkfart has refused to testify. Is there anyone else to testify on their behalfs that we were able to find? And
Vogren was out there, wasn't he?
you see as Vongren stands up, walks to the aisle, and comes to the front between the two tables. Now, what is your relation to the accused on whom you're speaking for? Vongren is very well dressed at this time, a little bit more made up than usual. He has his hair combed and his beard braided. His dress robes are very fine and freshly pressed in bright colors, the blue and grays of Cliffcraig. I know Mr. Pelinol from a ways back from the Battle of Durgma and perhaps a little beyond. He has helped me in several personal regards of safety and is a very trusted individual as far as I am concerned. He is warm-hearted. I knew his parents briefly. I saw him heal many wounds on the battlefield. He has been sent on Cliffcraig errands to various parts of the continent to help those in need, and is someone that I hold in very high regard. Everandel nods. Thank you, sir. You may take your seat. Vongren nods and walks back over to his seat and sits down. Is there anyone else? And you are surprised, Flint, to see Mr. Ladorn stand up. Can you describe what he looks like for us? If he is still here.
Yes, he is a
dwarf of average height, slightly overweight, but does a good job of making up for it with muscles from years of being a blacksmith and eventually later an inventor. He's dressed fairly formally compared to what he usually wears, which is just his standard work attire. As far back as Flint remembers, that's all he's ever seen him in. And he has a look of suspicion to him, just eyes darting around, looking at just kind of looking for, trouble wherever he might imagine it being.
And this gentleman stands up, looking very nervous in the space. Eventually finds himself kind of walking in big steps, as little as he is, towards the middle of the room, and walks to the same space where Vongan was taking his cue, and looks around for some sort of circle or X to stand in, and decides there is none, and stamps his foot. Hi, I'm here to speak for Mr. Flint. Yes, please proceed. He's not a very good inventor. He messed up a couple things. He's a little crazy, if you ask me. We had a couple of mistakes working together, but he's a good guy. He knows how to pour a good cup, and he knows exactly where the springs are. Every time I ask him where springs are, he knows where those springs are. They're right there in that place where he left them. I haven't been able to find them since he left, but I'm sure they're right where he left them. Oh, very well put.
Am I sitting right
The
by
workbench.
Am I sitting right by Flint?
Let me check my notes real quick. No, you're 3 away from Flint.
I kind of like loudly whisper to Flint. I'm like, "Hey, what sort of crackpot shit did you bring for your witness?"
Better than yours.
Well, I mean, it doesn't take much. I didn't bring any.
Flint is done with this conversation and listening to his mentor trash him.
Well, yeah, I guess that's about it. Then he turns around without being told to do anything and goes to sit back down. And
the workbench. They're on the workbench. Just look.
All right, I'll go look again. I probably missed them. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on these people's behalf? And Luceri speaks up again from to his back right. We have been told that they have searched for a Captain John Garland in Bayside, but were able to find no one with such name. I see. Well, having considered all the information and testimony, do you have any final statements before the council deliberates? And from the back of the room, you guys hear, we have one more key witness, if you don't mind to hear one more speak. Tyrgan's voice booms from the back of the State House. He comes through the doors, wheeling a very weak-looking John Ballar into the main space, on a chair with wheels attached.
Dude, shut up.
Even
Right now.
even the most polite elves in the chamber begin to murmur loudly. The
I
little
feel
girl,
like I'm in a case of Ace Attorney.
the little girl across from across from you in the room smiles widely and shouts, "Daddy!" I would like to speak, my lord, expound on my wife's account, filling in the gaps where I can. Are you sure you're in a state to do so? I feel I must, if you will allow it, Lord Bainbreeze. The floor is yours. High Priestess, if you will. And as John Villar is wheeled to the front in the same space previously occupied by two, the spell is placed by the High Priestess over him. And after the energy cover him completely, Lord Tyrgan takes up a position opposite Lysera and Torin at the foot of the dais. Then Villar begins. This group of people came into my farm uninvited. They drove away the phoenix that was consuming my livestock, but in doing so they came uninvited into my home, left me peacefully for the most part, and one even gave us coin from the charity of his heart, the orc. The elf named Vorik threatened me and my family, stole the deed from my land, which I might add has my family's name on it and has been with us for 3 generations. I believe he was under the impression that possession of the document reading Redvin Bilar purchased this property from the Court of Fiola and so on makes him the rightful owner. Anyway, after seeing the deed to the property in my farm's finance log, he attempted to enslave my family, forcing us to work as we were, but giving most of the profits to him. With his invitation of coin to help spur our volume, I believe, I declined this offer, and I declined again when money was given. I demanded he leave my property, which he did not. He threw magical weapons at my wife and child. I tried to defend them and make him leave our property. I punched him in his stupid face. Then he stabbed me between the ribs. I fell in pain, and before I could collect myself, my body resigned. I faded into the dark, feeling the caress of Sylvanas. The old man in bark lifted me up, and without a word, he lifted my soul up from his realm, and I floated as if through water. I floated until I found myself on my back on the floor of my farmhouse, feeling extremely weak, gasping for air, with one of Lord Tyrgan's men praying over me. Said I had passed, but they had brought me back, one of the guards being a cleric, and said that Lord Tyrgan provided them the diamond before he turned and took after the city to intercept my murderer. I was brought to the city a few hours later, my family provided for under the Seat of Protection's coin. Been cared for most graciously, but I feel that I should come here today, even in my weakened state, to see this through. There is a long moment of silence throughout the State House. Everandel says, "Thank you for your testimony." The council will deliberate for a short time. And Everandel...
I have a question.
For who?
For Everendel.
Yes.
Did you cast the truth thingy on John?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
So you did not use Raise Dead. Interesting. I myself was recently revived from dead. In fact, actually, the couple of days I spent in the cell has made me recuperate some of my strength and energy to feel pretty, a lot better than I have the last few days. So in a way, I know, how it feels.
Alfred, are you recommending that John stay in the prison?
Well, there's no.
I was being. You don't have to answer that. I was being goofy.
About to say, I mean, it's probably one of the safest places.
Everandel, having cleared that air, turns and waits for the other members to rise from the dais. Then he follows their ascent into a side chamber, where the door closes behind them. Lasere, Torn, and Tiergan share a look before Lasere turns to the council, and Torn and Tiergan maintain their positions at the court. And after Lasere proceeds into the chamber, 1, 5, 10 minutes later, the council chambers open, and 7 seats, and Lasere re-enter the court.
Good sign.
Everandel takes his place at the center of the event, off the platform, while the others take their seats. When everyone sits and the crowd quiets down, waiting, he allows the stillness to hang in the air for a moment before speaking. The Rowanwood High Council has made our judgment on this case. In regard for public safety and in an appropriate recompense for the heinous murder of another, theft of the deceased's property, and attempted enslavement of his survivors, Boric Exania is sentenced to death, a sentence which will be carried out in a moment. We have deemed it so based on the facts and the severity of the crime, and that while Mr. Bilar was resurrected, that was not Mr. Hexania's doing, nor his intent for him to live. On the account of the attack of the State House, Samael Kioris will be kept for further questioning, secured in our prisons until we are able to discern the true nature and motives of the attack, and if there are others at play or at risk, at which time his judgment will be evaluated and dispensed. He nods to 2 guards who are staying off to the side, and the guards come up to the chairs and stand behind Vorik. What are you guys doing?
So quick question, real quick. Are they executing him right now in front of everyone?
It would appear so.
Jesus Christ, this. I always thought maybe, I don't know, these are elves in the middle of a state building.
DM, at the beginning of the case, did Everandel state who was bringing the case? Like, who's suing who? Is it the state versus Vorik, or is it John versus Vorik?
He did not say, and you don't know exactly, but based on the nature of how the case was ran and the descriptions and procedures in place, it's different than what you know of in the Empire. Here it seems like there's not necessarily a case brought by someone against someone else. It is an accusation that is followed up by the council, if it's serious enough, to find the truth and dispense the council's justice on the matter, whatever that may be.
If the accusation is dismissed by the person who raises the accusation, is there still a trial?
You can roll a history check to see if you know that.
With disadvantage, get your Ugbor.
So, the way I was thinking, oh, Jesus.
Okay.
What you got for me?
You're not sure about dropping the case, dropping the judgment, and so on and so forth. You do believe that the farmer should be the one to kill Vorik in his honor. If anything.
But
That would be
Yeah.
the worst way.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Ugbor stands and proclaims just that. Vorik should be given the right to trial by combat.
But the problem with that, though, is the farmer is obviously not.
So he
in his-
chooses a champion.
True.
Or, if he does not feel that justice would be served, perhaps, Ugbor says, John would feel justice was served if we paid him for our wrongdoing.
Does anybody else? Go
You
ahead.
can't get money for everything.
The problem
Well,
with that line
You
of
can't,
thought,
but I do recall being in the farm, and this might actually be something that would draw on the farmer's heartstrings. Being in the farm, they had no money. I gave them 10 gold. That was a shit ton of money. And I happen to have 430 gold.
Now, hold up. Before you start thinking of your gold, what about Vorik's gold? He was the one who killed the farmer. If anyone's going to be giving gold to the farmer, it's going to be from Vorik.
I disagree. I like Vorik.
I don't! We all know that he has proven to have killed the farmer, and now the farmer is miraculously resurrected and alive in front of him. I'm not giving
I don't
my
see the
money
issue here.
as much as I
If
would
the
like
farmer is alive, we could reimburse the state for the cost of the revive, and then reimburse the farmer for our crime, and then nobody else has to die.
Silence.
Yes, sir.
I would like to restate that I appreciate your intent and your vigor for justice in its purest form. However, in Rowanwood, judgments are determined by the council and carried out by the council. I understand your unfamiliarity with such things, but we judge things individually on a
Would like to raise an accusation against the farmer.
case basis.
I'm getting
And
my
we-
trial by combat.
And we will hear your accusation if you choose to do so at the conclusion of this event.
Absolutely.
Again, our judgment was based on Mr. Hexania's actions and the threat we believe he poses to society, showing no remorse for what he has done, offering no apologies, and having no recourse when asked direct questions about the event.
DM, are you speaking as Everandel?
Yes.
Everandel, have you killed anybody before?
Many in battle, but that is not this case.
We have also killed many. When you kill somebody, what happens? Do you feel bad?
Ugbor, if you're wanting a fight,
We can
afterward,
speak of morality later, Mr.
Well,
Besmirched.
you're the one who brought up morality just now, in an attempt to paint Vorik in a certain light. What I'm saying is this is what we do.
The council has rendered its judgment, and the soldiers take Vorik by the biceps on either side. Vorik, are you doing anything?
Are you muted, Vorik? He's so shocked that he was sentenced to death that he just cannot talk.
He's truly been murdered.
Little do we know, when you've been killed in game, you get killed in life. That'd be one hell of a way to play
Maybe
D&D,
he
wouldn't it?
fell asleep.
I really hope not. That would be a very unfortunate time to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay. That's why you have the video to show them what happens at the end.
Yeah, but there might be like this is a very potential character saving moment. Like he could try to escape. It would be very little. He could, little chance, but he could potentially save his character. Because right now, it's not looking good for him.
There's no saving.
Yeah, there's no saving. Honestly. I mean, to be honest, like I kind of had like a little hint of what's gonna happen from Dustin. Like I kind of had an inkling of an idea.
Alfred, no spoilers.
What have I told you?
No, there's
Alfred, no spoilers.
there's no spoilers. It's literally no spoilers. I think you did this on accident. But when you were talking to me about last session, like there was some.
So it's my move.
Oh, okay. So you know how there was like some like confusion. You said something about asking Vorik about creating a new character, and I thought
No. I mentioned that he had one from before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had a pre-made one way back whenever. So
Okay.
he said that to everyone publicly.
Yeah. So when he said that, I kind of had this like, I think Vorik is going to die no matter what.
Vorik, are you back, buddy?
I saw a flash.
I saw flashes. Maybe he's sleeping. Maybe he's dreaming of death.
Here. Did someone have an air horn?
No, dear God, don't.
Oh, Jesus.
Alright, continue it on, DM. He's sleeping.
Wait, I heard him.
I think it's people in his background. Or his TV. Sounds like TV.
Okay. Well.
Oh well. Kill him off with his head.
The guards take Vorik by the biceps and stand him up and walk him over to the center of the arena.
Jesus Christ, this is literally becoming a fucking medieval city with the hangman in the middle.
Torin of House Bainbreeze, under the seat of protection, please step forward and carry out the judgment of this council. Vorik is placed on his knees as the dire wolf walks up to him slowly, and Everandel steps back to the steps of the pedestal. The giant black ruined direwolf walks slowly to the front of the area from his bonded side, coming to stand before Everandel. Vorik is lifted from his chair. I'm sorry, I skipped a line. As the giant direwolf stands in front of Vorik, looking down on him, he begins to open his mouth. Does anyone do anything?
Yeah, Ugbor, sort of tries to, I don't know, stand up and rush a circle for his buddy.
I'm just staying sitting, there's nothing I can do. I mean, I'm a magic user. I'm fucking cuffed with anti-magic. What the hell am I gonna do?
So you said you're going to stand up and rush towards Torin?
Yeah, I'm going to try to. Yeah, absolutely.
Jesus Christ, people are going to die today.
He's just hurt.
Let me look something up real quick.
Okay. Can I do something?
Sure.
As Ugbor stands running there, I'm gonna hit Ugbor and see if I can activate his rage.
Oh!
Okay.
That would be a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Okay.
Oh wait, hold everyone. Vorik is back apparently.
That's fine. He can be here for a minute. I do 1 damage.
Okay.
That's all I can do. I hit him in the back as he charges in.
So, you are hit.
Yeah?
What? Do you rage?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So,
Getting hit in the back of the head as he's rushing. The people from the council would see an orc stand up and start running, and then, like, as he's getting closer, he's starting to look more and more beast-like as he is getting angrier and angrier at what's about to happen.
I'm
As-
just sitting there shocked, like, what the fuck sort of group did I go with? I'm just looking at Dirk, he's like, the fuck did you get me here with?
Ugbor is going to does he make it to the circle?
as you do, you get up and are hit by Munson, who struggles with you. You get up and jump onto the table before you and try and run off of it towards Vorik's location. As you do, Lysere steps forward, her runes fully aglow. Several guards in the chambers draw weapons, and one person on the pedestal, the Archmage, steps forward quickly and gestures in your direction. I need you to make a wisdom save, buddy.
Oh, and you have disadvantage on wisdom because you're in a rage.
No, it doesn't give you disadvantage.
Yeah.
What? Okay, I must be getting.
No, not bad.
16. 16 is not enough.
And I'm going to use inspiration and roll again.
Go for it.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
No.
Okay.
Hell of a try.
So, as you charge, people are drawing weapons, and Lysere is about to do something before this Archmage casts something at you, and it hits you, without you able to work your mind around it, and you are stiffened mid-stride and fall off of the table, toppling onto your back and then your side on the floor, as you are held magically.
I'm just sitting there, just face palming as much as I can with my cuffed hand. I'm like, Jesus Christ, we do got ourselves an orc brain.
Without missing a beat, the guards come up and grab Ugbor and drag him around and place his body up, back into his chair as best they can in your position, standing now behind you. Vorik, are you here, buddy? Is there anything that you want to do?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up? What's going on at the moment?
Okay.
You're about to die.
So you have been sentenced to death. Your friends have fought verbally and physically on your behalf, but the council has sentenced you to death for your actions.
By friends, he means Ugbor.
I did something.
Yep. The guards have taken you by your arms and walked you to the center of the area where Everandel was standing before.
I'm still shackled.
You are still shackled, and the guards placed you on your knees, and Everandel beckoned Torin to come up and deliver the judgment. As Torin stands before you, Ugbor tried to rush in to do what I'm not sure even he knows to save you, but he was thwarted by the Archmage, and everyone else is now on guard with weapons drawn. Ugbor placed back in his seat. Everandel speaks again. Actions, I'm sure, out of grief. Mr. Exania, have you any final words?
I don't know, I'm scrolling through my character sheet here, trying to figure out if I can do something.
Sure.
I think all the time this could be the very last thing your character can do to make it worthwhile. Don't worry, Ugbor, we're almost done. Trust me, I'm just as tired as you are. If it wasn't for the excitement of this whole session, I would be passed out by now. I'm just glad I have a 3-day weekend.
Who else around me at the moment?
No one, just
No
torn
one.
facing you.
You were in the center of the area. The Ballin family, or I'm sorry, the Bilar family, is off to your back left. Your friends, including Samael, is off to your back right. There is a council of seats of power in front of you in Rowanwood, including an archmage, Torin, and Lucere, and there are guards basically everywhere.
It was like the closest,
As far as what?
just physically close to me.
Torin is the one directly in front of you. Beyond
What's
him,
What's he holding?
he is a wolf. He is holding nothing.
Is he a wolf at the moment?
Yeah.
He is the big wolf that we all know.
He's the always wolf.
Yeah, he's the wolf that has runes on him. With Lady Baneberry.
Yeah, that mount thing that
Yeah, the wolf,
Flint wants to get.
the black wolf that's as big as a brown bear that is always with Lucere.
How impossible would it be for me to jump back away from him?
You're on your knees right now.
You can
roll.
You can try.
Roll back away.
Yeah, you can try, but it would take half your movement speed to stand up, and you've seen this creature move very quickly.
And on top of that, you're shackled, so you're.
It's up to you, though.
It's just my hands. That's not my legs.
Well, yeah.
If I wasn't shackled, I would use spells, but I'm shackled at the moment.
Upon seeing your vast hesitation with your last words, not inappropriate at all, but seeing your inner conflict, Lucere walks up beside Torin and leans down to speak to you. Torin is willing to let you die with dignity. You can choose to die like prey if you wish. And then stands back up and walks back to her place.
Oh no. I suddenly realized the choice we have to make. Don't fucking kill any more farmers if we make it out of this, Vork.
How is dying on my knees not dying like prey?
Well, dying like prey would mean that you would be unshackled. But it also means, like, right? Am I right, DM? He could run. He would be hunted.
If he run, then the dog would chase.
Correct.
Basically, with you dying with dignity, is you staying and accepting your fate. Dying like prey would be you trying to escape and just end up dying anyway.
It's also a loophole to trial by combat.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, Ugmore tried that. It didn't work very well.
Yeah, that's true. But I also wasn't the person given the death penalty.
Have you any last words, Mr. Hixania?
Which, once again, trial by combat would just prove that I am guilty because my daggers would be.
We've more or less, we're past that. You're definitely guilty.
Yeah.
What about?
Fuck the police.
What about let me go out fighting? Like a true warrior would.
No, I think that they would prefer at that point to just kill you, based on what I tried earlier. Your legit best bet is to accept die as prey and go and basically trap him or kill him.
And why would they give you that satisfaction knowing that you did not give that satisfaction to the farmer?
Yeah, you were asleep for this part, but I actually stood up and I argued that you should be given trial by combat. And then Everendel cued me in to how things work over here, and it's not the way it works in the Empire. And this is essentially just like a slightly better version than Witch Trials.
Not even for a fellow elf.
I tell Paul and I whisper in his ear. And once they kill him, can't you just bring him back?
Well, that.
You don't hear nothing. It's just a gentle whisper to Pelin as I sit next to him.
Yeah, I know. I realize that. That's why I kind of sound
I
like.
want to say, alright, fuck it.
When he comes back.
I'll give in to what must be done, but I refuse to die on my knees.
So you'll die standing up.
Okay, so what do you do?
Yeah, dude. Game of Thrones is shit. Make it gory.
I'm gonna stand up
Okay.
and stare directly at the wolf.
I'm watching.
Torin nods at you, and his dispassionate look now has a glint of respect. Before he opens his maw with a turn of his head, he quickly clamps onto you, his huge mouth completely encompassing either side of your neck. You take 26 points of piercing damage as his teeth, like small daggers, sink into your neck. You feel incredible pressure and pain. Does anyone do anything?
DM, are you sure? Are you sure that it was pressure and not pleasure?
You hush your face.
I keep poking Ugbor as he's frozen stiff. I'm entertained.
The wolf clamps down harder as he begins to lift you off of the floor. You feel blood flowing down your neck and into your shirt. And you taste it as it enters your windpipe, as your windpipe starts to get crushed. You take 28 points of piercing damage. Does anyone do anything?
Say 21.
28.
Man.
I mean, are you really keeping track at this point?
Maybe.
1 HP left. He gives you mercy last second.
The wolf lifts you even further into the air onto his level. Raising you to his full height, he clamps his jaw almost completely closed as you take another 35 points of piercing damage. Vorik, your vision fades.
I will look away.
I'm still watching.
Yeah, Ugbor stares straight ahead.
You have to.
No, it's because I'm a badass.
Vorik, your vision fades into darkness. You find yourself standing in a grassy field. Your eyes have to adjust to the night as you feel the cold dew with your bare feet. Before you, about 75 feet away in a tree line, pines mostly. Above it, the sky is full of dotted stars and a moon that glows. It glows brighter the more you look at it. Softly, a beam of light shines down onto the field before you. As it does, dozens of red eyes start to shine from amongst the trees. From the moonlight materializes a beautiful woman, clothed in gray and silver silks, her skin shining, her hair floating as if she were in water. This is what you offer. These acts, and you expected a gift from me. Shameful. The avatar of Saloon turns and walks away as the beasts come out of the forest and start in your direction. Giant humanoid wolves, cats, owls, bears, other beasts, all trained,
Lions.
all trained on you, with mouths dripping. A voice distracts your vision, a laugh, as someone you see shadowed in the branches of the treetops. Don't worry, I'll take this one. The beasts are nearly upon you. Back in the State House, Pill, Ugbor, Munson, Flint, Alfred. You watch as Torin jerks his head quickly upright, and you hear a snap as Vork's body goes limp. Torin drops Vork's body to the floor with an undignified thud. He lands on his side. His tattoo on his arm dissipates like vapor, which quickly recondenses into a needle rod that clanks to the ground of the floor in front of him. With one last glance at the body, Torin turns, circling back to Osaria's side. Everandel walks up to the body and picks up the needle and tucks it into his robe before standing up and going back to his space in the middle of the room. Justice has been dealt, but it is not complete. Mr. Gliad, please come forward to collect what I believe to be your property. Gerke stands up from his seat, walking up the aisle quietly, where everyone either murmurs or watches. He approaches the body of Vorik. Many mistakes were made, some by me. He pulls Vorik's ring off of his finger. He puts it in one of his many pockets and takes out the contract of Vorik, looks it over for a moment, tears it, folds it, tears it again, folds it up, and tucks it into one of Vorik's pockets. He turns back to your group at the table. I wonder how many mistakes I have made. Can you tell me? He scowls and then proceeds back to his seat and sits down. Everandel begins once more. Pelinal Morningstar, you and your friends are acquitted of all wrongdoing and are free to go. However, I was told that you are a disciple of Saloon.
Yes.
You may beseech Our Lady in Silver to resurrect your companion. He was sentenced to death without hope, just as he was sentenced Mr. John Ballar. As Mr. Ballar was raised from the dead, so too may you choose to do that for this one. Should you choose to do this, he will owe 10,000 gold to Rowanwood for the resurrection, caretaking, provisions, restitution, and overall trauma he caused to an innocent and good-natured family. This amount will see that the Ballar family will not want for anything in the foreseeable future. This amount has also been swollen to further communicate the lesson. Their farm will be reclaimed by the Court of Fiola, while the family becomes citizens of the Rowanwood district and relocated to new homes, safe from those who might try to pursue, and ever after under the care and protection of Rowanwood. Specifically, the seat of protection being the Bainbreeze family. Furthermore, should he be resurrected, your names will be listed at our forge, where the forge master and enchanter Ronan will refuse to equip your weapons or armor with... He pauses for a second. Will refuse to equip you with weapons and armor, in the event this has not taught you the proper lesson. You get one warning. This is it. If there is a next offense in any way similar to this, the dead shall remain dead. This time, your group's acts of service, driving away the Phoenix, bringing the... He looks around the room. Missive to us that you have before aiding us, and stopping anyone in this state house from being harmed during a council meeting, have earned you the option to save his life. Next time, his actions, should you be in any way associated, will condemn yours. Do you have any questions before we dismiss, and I have you taken to Runan to have your shackles removed?
Don't know if I would feel better. I never knew he could do this. I always thought he had the best of intentions.
Likewise.
It was off-putting for him to just demand something from these people that were just trying to live their life. I don't want to bear his evil in this world.
I do have one question. Any property that he might have had legally of Vorik, and any equipment that he may have at him at the time of his arrest, would they be going to the Belmar family?
Negative. Other than the restitution payment, where he will be resurrected, that goes to the Bilar family. His other items, should he be resurrected, will be returned to him. If he is not resurrected, which is as your right to not perform such rites, his items and equipment will be buried with him.
Even any money that he may have had on him?
It is not ours to take from the dead, as was one of your lessons.
I would assume they would have went to the family in another attempt to provide justice of some sort after death. But I understand. Well, Poe.
What is John's last name again?
Belmar?
Bilar. Bilar. B-A-L-L-A-R.
Okay.
Well, Poe, you're the only one who can do the resurrection. You're,
All but the acquitted, the council, and the guard may leave. People begin filtering out of the State House over the next few minutes, talking amongst themselves and filling the space with some sweet relief from the silence and onlooking eyes. So, please proceed with whatever you choose to do.
The only thing I would ever agree to resurrecting Vorik is if we can keep a very, very tight leash on him.
Well, that is up to Pelena and his god. We won't know until they decide.
But, I mean, I don't know much of your religion, though. I don't think your goddess would be very, like that. But, yes, it is up to you ultimately. I'm just putting my 2 cents in.
You gave him a chance. Ugbor seen him beforehand. He looked awful. And she got rid of that for him. If I bring him back and he is to go around and keep doing this stuff, behind our back, not even feeling remorse for it,
then we would need to be the one to kill him.
Well, my question to you, Pelenel, is if you resurrect him and he chooses to continue doing his bad deeds, are you the one to be punished for bringing him back?
We would all be punished.
No.
You heard what they said.
Would be the one who brings him back would be punished, yes?
Oh, would it? I thought you meant all of us.
You hear a large, loud thunk as 2 guards drop a chest full of gear down on the ground and open it. And they start to dig through it, primarily getting a bag out. Pel, you notice as your bag of holding. One reaches his hand inside, then his arm and his shoulder inside, and eventually, after digging around, finds what he's looking for and pulls back and places a large diamond in front of you. And that's where we're going the session tonight.
Woo.
Alright, so at this point, Vork is dead.
Fuck
In a
for it.
very
I totally
gruesome
was
way.
hoping that would help you.
Dude, it would have been dope.
I attempted it.
I knew it wasn't going to work. There's just too many guards, too many mannequins. It just
Oh, he's a barbarian. Anything's possible. It's D&D, baby.
yeah.
I would like to bring the DM's attention to my character backstory on my character sheet.
Yeah. Which part are you referencing?
Does it say "love you long time"?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Nice.
Just some notes that I had to take.
It says I also murder farmers.
in honor of Vorik, I will murder the next farmer I see.
Every farmer from here on out.
So here's a quick question regarding Vorik, though. If we choose to not revive Vorik, do you have a backup character that you can hop in, or is it just that far in you're just gonna leave the group?
I have three. I have three backup characters.
I'm gonna kick him out myself. Yeah.
I mean, Everandel did say that if anything happens, you guys are all liable. If you resurrect
that's what
him.
I thought. Yeah, so it's not just Pell would be on the block; it'd be all of us.
Yes, but I'm talking to Pellet and his god. I don't care what the people say.
Well, as much as I so much love Vorik's character combat-wise,
Calm down, cowardice.
You know what? The moment I get out of these goddamn shackles, I'm going to burn your ass.